I note that the hour has come and that a quorum of this council is present. All visitors, please retire to seats outside the rails. Please take all sidebar conversations outside the council chambers. I will ask all those present, please put your cell phones on silent and or vibrate. And this is the last time I'm going to ask you to take all sidebar conversations outside the council chambers. If you will not be quiet, Sergeant Arms will escort you outside the chambers. Thank you very much. To give our invocation this morning, the chair recognizes Bishop J. Lewis Felton, President of the Black Clergy of Philadelphia and vicinity and Senior Pastor of Mount Airy, Church of God in Christ. He is here today as my guest, and I will ask all members and guests to please rise.
Thank you, President Johnson. Good morning. Let us pray together. Eternal God, our Father, we're thankful to you that you have so favored us to come together this day to engage in the business of your kingdom as you have entrusted to us in the city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We are compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses, for we walk by faith and not by sight. We have faith in the great leaders that you have placed in the city to lead us in these critical times. We have faith in our council president, Councilman Kenyatta Johnson. We have faith in our mayor, Mayor Parker. We have faith in every person who holds the trusted office of council member of the city of Philadelphia. Faith in our public schools, faith in our police department and Commissioner Bethel. We have faith in our public school teachers, our principals, our staff, crossing guards. We have faith in every police officer and fire person. For God, we not only believe in you, we believe in each other. May you validate this mutual faith that we have by causing our great city of Philadelphia to have a renaissance in this 250th year of the birth of America. But we thank you that nearly a century before America was born, Philadelphia was already here, founded by William Penn, October the 27th, 1682. Thank you that in the deoxyribonucleic acid of Philadelphia, there is inherent and intrinsic freedom for all persons. In the city of Philadelphia, even while slavery was the law of the land throughout America, Philadelphia was a place of liberty, freedom, and justice. If I can just get to Philadelphia, many an enslaved person had in their heart, I can experience the gift of freedom. As the world places its eyes upon us this year, converging upon the sacred grounds of this city of brotherly love, may we be the agent that you use to bring a spiritual, moral, economic rebirth to America, that we may live up to the true meaning of our creed. We pray in the name of our blessed Lord and Savior, who loved us and gave himself for us, even the Christ. Amen.
Amen. The chair thanks the bishop for his invocation. Council will now be at ease. The next order of business is the approval of the journal of the meeting of Thursday, March the 5th of 2026. The chair recognizes Majority Deputy Whip, Councilmember Cindy Bass.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the journal of the meeting of Thursday, March 5th, 2026 be approved.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the journal of the meeting of Thursday, March the 5th of 2026 stand approved. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it and the journal is approved. The next order of business is request for leave of absence, and the chair recognizes Majority Leader Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the majority, there are no requests for leave of absence today.
The chair thanks the Majority Leader. The chair now recognizes Minority Leader Councilmember Councilmember Kendra Brooks.
Thank you, Council President. On behalf of the minority, there are no requests for leaves of absence.
The chair thanks the Minority Leader. The chair now recognizes Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson for a motion concerning certain legislative matters that may arise during the course of today's session of council and that were not listed on the calendar circulated prior to today's council session.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that any of the following matters, if considered today, may be added to the agenda for this session of council and as required by law, subsequently published on an amended agenda after the consideration of those matters. Resolutions authorizing hearings, amendments to bills on first reading, the reconsideration of a bill vetoed by or recalled from the mayor, amendments to bills recalled from the mayor, resolutions taking substantive action to be voted on in this session, a motion to withdraw a bill or resolution that is not on the calendar, and a motion placing a bill or resolution on or returning a bill or resolution from the suspension calendar that is not listed on today's calendar. The purpose of this motion is to provide the public with notice concerning possible actions by council that arose too late to be included on the calendar that was published prior to today's session.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the legislative matters stated by Councilmember and Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson may be added to the agenda for today should those matters arise during the course of this session of council. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it and the motion carries. The chair recognizes Minority Leader Councilmember Kendra Brooks.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to have to leave on council matters, and I would like to be voted aye on all bills and resolutions.
Thank you very much. Leave will be granted and voted aye on all bills and resolutions will be recorded. The chair will dispense with the regular order of business to recognize the guests and visitors joining us in council chambers this morning. On behalf of all members of City Council, we welcome you to our session. We appreciate you taking the time to join us as we attend to the legislative affairs of our great city, and we certainly invite you to come again. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the elected officials who are joining us in the House today. I want to first acknowledge State Representative Morgan Cephas. Thank you for joining us. City Controller Christy Brady, thank you for joining us. District Attorney Larry Krasner, thank you for joining us. First African American woman sheriff in the city of Philadelphia, Ms. Rochelle Bilal, thank you for joining us. City Commissioner Christy Dealey, Lisa Dealey, thank you for joining us. Mr. John Sabatino, Register of Wills, thank you for joining us. State Senator Anthony Hardy Williams, thank you for joining us. State Senator Sharif Street, thank you for joining us. State Senator Nikhil Saval, Thank you for joining us. All these state folks, we getting prepared for their budget. So, the Honorable former Council Member Derek Green. The Honorable Janie L. Blackwell, thank you for joining us as well. The Honorable Blondell Reynolds Brown, thank you for joining us. Chairman, Commissioner's Office, Omar Sabir. We want to thank all elected officials for joining us this morning as we prepare for the budget address from our Mayor, Sherelle L. Parker. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilmember Jamie Gaultier.
Thank you, Council President. I want to welcome and acknowledge Christy Davis, my guest for Mayor Parker's budget address. Christy, can you stand? Christy is one of the 3,000 Philadelphians who live in the 900 affordable homes owned by Neighborhood Restorations. They're scattered across West and Southwest Philly, and they're being put up for sale. And as we begin this budget address, I am looking for a solution for that, and I could think of no one better to have here than Christy.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Christy. The chair recognizes Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I, too, welcome the many esteemed guests who are joining us here in council chambers today, as well as my special guest, David Ford. But I wanted to recognize someone very special here in our council chambers who has joined us today. And I believe we have to do a fact check. We may be the first mother-daughter duo ward leaders serving simultaneously. So I'd like to welcome my mom to the council chambers. Please welcome Sharita Glenn.
Rita. Thank you very much. Welcome. The chair recognizes Councilman Curtis Jones Jr.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I'd like to welcome to these chambers the city rep for the city of Philadelphia, Giselle Jones.
Smart man. Welcome. The chair recognizes Councilman Rue Landau.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to welcome my special guest, Jose Benitez, who is the Executive Director of Philadelphia Fight, one of the leading LGBTQ health providers in the city of Philadelphia.
Welcome. Chair recognizes Councilman Jeffrey J. Young.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to welcome all of our special guests today. With me today is Dr. Shalana Dash, CEO of Self Inc., the largest provider of emergency housing here in the city of Philadelphia. And as we have just seen an uptick in the number of homelessness in the city, I want to make sure that our city sheds the light on street homelessness and make sure that we have the funding necessary to provide their emergency housing for our citizens, folks that look like us in this community. So thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilman Dr. Anthony Phillips.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to welcome my special guest, who is known by many members of City Council, Mr. David Sims, who is an extraordinary restaurant caterer, has a restaurant as well on Wadsworth Avenue. He's also a community leader who's always helping our commercial corridors and is always engaged, and he's in our neighborhoods. We're thankful for him, Mr. David Sims. He's also a friend of the mayor and myself, so we're proud to have him.
Thank you very much. You know, he slid that in there. He's cool with me and the mayor. Like, he kind of wait for a shout out. Thank you, Dr. Anthony Phillips. The chair recognizes Councilman Dr. Nina Ahmed.
Thank you, Council President. Welcome to everyone. I just wanted to recognize my guest, who is the wing beneath my wings, my husband, Asan Nasratullah,
Smart
who also
woman.
is policymaker. Thank you.
Yeah. Way to go for the fellas. Dr. Phillips, but yeah, I've known Mr. David Sims, since I started Peace Not Guns, he was providing free catering for me at the time when I was supporting young people back in the early 90s. So thank you for joining us today, Dr. Sims. I appreciate your support, sir. The chair recognizes Minority Leader Councilman Kendra Brooks.
Thank you, Council President. I want to recognize my person here today is Jasmine Rivera. She's a leader in the immigrants' rights movement, and I just want to say thank you for allowing me to have her with me today.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Ketsi Lozada.
Thank you, Council President. Welcome to all of our special guests. I'd like to recognize my special guest, who doesn't need an introduction to this chamber, Reverend Bonnie Carmada from the Salvation Army, who do a lot in our communities.
Thank you for joining us. Chair recognizes Councilman Cindy Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to recognize my special guest as well, who's in a very long line trying to get upstairs right now. But it is Makia Elizabeth, who is the Philadelphia Citizens Block Captain of the Year for the City of Philadelphia. Thank you, Mr. President.
As there are no presentations today, the next order of business is communications. The chair requests that the Sergeant at Arms deliver the messages from the mayor to the chief clerk. Will the chief clerk please read the messages from the mayor and any other communications in her possession?
To the President and members of the Council of the City of Philadelphia, I am submitting herewith for the consideration of your honorable body the following. An ordinance to amend Bill Number 250198, approved June 13th, 2025, entitled An Ordinance to Adopt a Capital Program for the 6 fiscal years 2026 through 2031 inclusive by revising various appropriation amounts and totals, all under certain terms and conditions. And an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2027 through 2032 inclusive. And an ordinance to adopt a fiscal year 2027 capital budget. And an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2027. And an ordinance to amend Bill Number 250197, approved June 13th, 2025, entitled An Ordinance to Adopt a Fiscal 2026 Capital Budget by revising various appropriation amounts and totals, all under certain terms and conditions. And an ordinance authorizing transfers and appropriations for fiscal year 2026 from the General Fund, the Water Fund, the Transportation Fund, and the Grants Revenue Fund, all from certain or all city offices, departments, boards, and commissions, to the General Fund, the Water Fund, the Special Gasoline Tax Fund, the Grants Revenue Fund, the Aviation Fund, and the Transportation Fund, all or to certain or all city offices, departments, boards, and commissions. And an ordinance amending Subcode A, the Philadelphia Administrative Code, of Title IV of the Philadelphia Code, the Building, Construction, and Occupancy Code, by adding and revising Zoning Board of Adjustments fees and provisions regarding hearing scheduling, all under certain terms and conditions. And an ordinance amending Chapter 6-600 of the Philadelphia Code, asbestos, by adding and revising provisions related to various fees, all under certain terms and conditions. And an ordinance amending Section 19-1806 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Authorization of Realty Use and Occupancy Tax, to clarify the imposition of the tax on the use or occupancy of real estate with respect to cell towers, all under certain terms and conditions. And an ordinance amending Title III of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Air Management Code, to modify amounts of license and permit fees under certain terms and conditions. An ordinance amending Chapter 19-2400 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Hotel Room Rental Tax, by providing for an additional excise tax on hotel room rentals, all under certain terms and conditions. An ordinance amending Title 19 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Finances, Taxes, and Collections, to add a new Chapter 19-4800, entitled Retail Delivery Tax, to establish a tax on orders for the delivery in Philadelphia of retail, consumer, and other tangible goods, all under certain terms and conditions. An ordinance amending Chapter 19-1800 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled School Tax Authorization, to add a new Section 19-1808, entitled Authorization of Rideshare Use Tax, to authorize the Board of the School District of Philadelphia to levy a tax upon the use by a passenger of a transportation network company for a prearranged ride that originates in Philadelphia, all under certain terms and conditions. And a resolution providing for the approval by the Council of Philadelphia of a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia, covering fiscal years 2027 through 2031, and incorporating revisions with respect to fiscal year 2026, which is to be submitted
by the mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority pursuant to an intergovernmental cooperation agreement by and between the city and the authority. And to the President and members of Council of the City of Philadelphia, I'm pleased to advise you that on March 10th, 2026, I signed the following bill, which passed by Council at its session on February 26, 2026, Bill number 241056. There are no further communications in my possession, Council President.
Thank you very much. The messages will be printed in the journal. The next order of business is introduction of bills and resolutions. The chair recognizes Councilman Dr. Anthony Phillips.
Good morning, Council President and everyone in the rostrum today. I have no bills or resolutions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Phillips. The chair recognizes Majority Leader Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Today I offer 9 bills on your behalf and 1 non-privileged resolution on your behalf.
Thank you very much. Will the chief clerk please read the title of the bills and resolutions?
An ordinance to amend the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land located within an area bounded by I-76, the Schuylkill Expressway ramp, Hartranft Street, and the Conrail right-of-way.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance amending Chapter 19-2400 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Hotel Room Rental Tax by providing for an additional excise tax on hotel room rentals, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance amending Subcode A, the Philadelphia Administrative Code of Title IV of the Philadelphia Code, the Building Construction and Occupancy Code, by adding and revising the Zoning Board of Adjustment fees and provisions regarding hearing scheduling, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance amending Title III of the Philadelphia Code entitled Air Management Code to modify the amounts of license and permit fees under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance amending Section 19-1806 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Authorization of Realty Use and Occupancy Tax to clarify the imposition of the tax on the use or occupancy of real estate with respect to cell towers, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance amending Chapter 6-600 of the Philadelphia Code, asbestos, by adding and revising provisions related to various fees, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2027.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance to adopt a fiscal year 2027 capital budget.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2027 through 2032 inclusive.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And a non-privileged resolution providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia of a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2027 through 2031 and incorporating revisions with respect to fiscal year 2026, which is to be submitted by the mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority pursuant to an intergovernmental cooperation agreement by and between the city and the authority.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar for Got it. This resolution will be referred to the appropriate committee. The chair recognizes Councilman Jamie Gautier.
Good morning, Council President. Today I have 2 non-privileged resolutions for introduction.
Thank you very much. Will the chief clerk please read the title of the resolutions?
A non-privileged resolution also naming the 6200 block of Osage Avenue, Gerald Wayne Renfro Way, to honor the life, leadership, and enduring legacy of Gerald Wayne Renfro in the Osage Avenue and Pine Street community.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar for consideration at our next session of council.
And a non-privileged resolution authorizing Councilmember Gautier to intervene on behalf of and as a representative of City Council in the appeal against the Zoning Board of Adjustment with respect to 4283 Viola Street.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar for consideration at the next session of council. The chair recognizes Councilmember Curtis Jones, Jr.
Thank you, Mr. President. And on behalf of Women's History Month, I have 1 non-privileged resolution.
Thank you very much, sir. Will the chief clerk please read the title of the resolution?
A privileged resolution honoring and recognizing Major Benjamin F. Brooks for his historic career in the Pennsylvania State Police and his role in expanding opportunity in law enforcement.
This resolution will be placed on the final passage calendar for today. The chair recognizes Councilmember Rulandau.
Good morning, Council President. Thank you. I have one privileged resolution and 2 bills on your behalf.
Thank you very much. Will the chief clerk read the title of the bills and resolutions?
An ordinance amending Chapter 19-1800 of the Philadelphia Code entitled School Tax Authorization to add a new section 19-1808 entitled Authorization of Rideshare Use Tax to authorize the Board of the School District of Philadelphia to levy a tax upon the use by a passenger of a transportation network company for a prearranged ride that originates in Philadelphia, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance amending Title 19 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Finance, Taxes, and Collections to add a new chapter 19-4800 entitled Retail Delivery Tax to establish a tax on orders for the delivery in Philadelphia of retail consumer and other tangible goods, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And a privileged resolution authorizing the Committee on Legislative Oversight to hold hearings on the status, operations, and economic impact at the Port of Philadelphia, Philiport, to ensure its growth and operations position the City of Philadelphia as a 21st century commerce hub.
In the second councilmanic district, this resolution will be placed on the day's final passage calendar. Good job, Rue. Chair recognizes Councilman Isaiah Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to all of our special guests. Today, I offer one resolution. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Member Thomas, will the chief clerk please read the title of the resolution?
A privileged resolution recognizing the month of March 2026 as Creative and Nighttime Economy Month in the City of Philadelphia.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The chair recognizes Councilman Ketty Lozada.
Good morning, Council President. I have 3 bills.
Thank you very much. Chief clerk, please read the title of the bills.
An ordinance amending Section 12-2705 of the Philadelphia Code, issuance of resident parking permits to allow for certain residential parking permits in District 38, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance to amend the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land located within an area bounded by Erie Avenue, Front Street, Lippincott Street, and 2nd Street.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance to amend the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land located within an area bounded by McKinley Street, Leonard Street, Devereaux Avenue, and Bustleton Avenue.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jeffrey J. Young.
Good morning, Mr. President. No bills or resolutions today.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilmember Minority Leader Kendra Brooks.
Thank you, Council President. I have no bills or resolutions today.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilmember Jim Harity.
Thank you, Council President. I have one privileged resolution today.
Thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the resolution.
A privileged resolution designating March 8th, 2026 as Joe Frazier Day in the City of Philadelphia in celebration and recognition of the 55th anniversary of the fight of the century in which Philadelphia icon Smokin' Joe Frazier defeated Muhammad Ali to win the World Heavyweight Championship title.
This resolution will be placed on the day's final passage calendar. Good job, Member Harity. Chair recognizes Councilmember Minority Deputy Whip, Nicholas O'Rourke. Mr. Whip, excuse me, sir.
All good. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to all Philadelphians. Nothing today.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilman Mike Driscoll.
Morning, Mr. President. Good morning, honored guests. No bills or resolutions today.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilman Brian O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no bills or resolutions.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Councilman Mark Squilla. Council, be at ease.
Would you introduce some of these?
Chair recognizes Councilmember Cindy Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer 3 privileged resolutions today.
Thank you very much, Member Bass. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the resolutions. Member Bass, do you have resolutions or bills on behalf of Councilmember Squilla?
Councilman Squilla has no bills or resolutions today.
Okay, thank you very much. Chief Clerk, please proceed.
Our majority leader has the resolutions and bills.
Okay, well, we'll finish with your bills first, and then I'll go to my majority leader. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the resolutions.
A privileged resolution recognizing and honoring the students, educators, and leadership of Imhotep Institute Charter High School for their outstanding STEM program and global education initiatives, including Project Kumba, Japan, and celebrating their commitment to expanding access to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education for students in the city of Philadelphia.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar.
And a privileged resolution honoring and recognizing Makia Elizabeth, Block Captain of the 4500 block of Fern Hill Road in Southwest Germantown, for being named Block Captain of the Year by the Philadelphia Citizen, and commending her outstanding leadership and dedication to building a stronger, more connected community in the city of Philadelphia.
Is she here, Member Bass? Did she make it up in the room? Could you please stand?
For our Black Captain of the Year.
Congratulations. This resolution will be placed in today's final passage calendar.
And a privileged resolution honoring and congratulating Max Kent on the occasion of his retirement from New Cortland and recognizing his decades of dedicated leadership in the United States Army, healthcare administration, community service, and support of Philadelphia seniors and those who are underserved.
This resolution will be placed on today's final passage calendar. The chair recognizes Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson, who will introduce bills on behalf of Councilmember Mark Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Councilmember Squilla, today he offers 5 bills, 3 on your behalf.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the bills?
An ordinance to amend Bill Number 250198, approved June 13th, 2025, entitled An Ordinance to Adopt a Capital Program for the 6 fiscal years, 2026 through 2031 inclusive, by revising various appropriation amounts and totals, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance to amend Bill Number 250197, approved June 13th, 2025, entitled An Ordinance to Adopt a Fiscal Year 2026 Capital Budget by revising various appropriation amounts and totals, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing transfers and appropriations for fiscal year 2026 from the General Fund, the Water Fund, the Transportation Fund, and the Grants Revenue Fund, all from certain or all city offices, departments, boards, and commissions, to the General Fund, the Water Fund, the Special Gasoline Tax Fund, the Grants Revenue Fund, the Aviation Fund, and the Transportation Fund, all to certain or all city offices, departments, boards, and commissions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing the installation, ownership, and maintenance of a dumpster encroachment in the vicinity of 509 through 19 Vine Street, Philadelphia, PA 19106, under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee.
And an ordinance authorizing various encroachments in the vicinity of 2655 South Juniper Street, Philadelphia, PA 19148, under certain terms and conditions.
This bill will be referred to the appropriate committee. Chair recognizes Councilmember Dr. Nina May.
Thank you, Council President. I have no bills or resolutions today.
Thank you very much. The next order of business is reports from committee. The chair recognizes Councilmember Cindy Bass for a report from the Committee on Rules.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Rules reports out 4 bills with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Will the Chief Clerk please read the report?
The Committee on Rules, to which were referred the following bills. Bill Number 260055, an ordinance amending Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Zoning and Planning by revising and clarifying certain provisions and making technical changes to text that has expired, all under certain terms and conditions. And Bill Number 260073, an ordinance amending Section 9-208 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Sidewalk Cafes and Section A-301.1.5 of Title 4, Subcode A, the Philadelphia Administrative Code of the Philadelphia Code entitled Zoning and Use Registration Permits by removing expired provisions related to outdoor entertainment at sidewalk cafes under certain terms and conditions, respectfully reports it has considered the same and returns the attached bills to council with a favorable recommendation. And Bill Number 260022, an ordinance to amend the Philadelphia zoning maps by changing the zoning designations of certain areas of land located within an area bounded by Main Street, Ridge Avenue, the Wissahickon Creek, Kelly Drive, Falls Road, the Schuylkill River, and Dawson Street extended. And Bill Number 260074, an ordinance to amend Title 14 of the Philadelphia Code by adding Section 14-546, entitled 6th District Overlay District, revise Section 14-515, the Northeast Overlay District, remove Section 14-523, the Industrial and Manufacturing Overlay District, and make other related changes, all under certain terms and conditions, respectfully reports it has considered and amended the same and returns the attached bills to council with a favorable recommendation. There are no further bills to report out from the Committee on Rules, Council President.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the Councilmember Cindy Bass for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading this day of the bills just read into the record by the chief clerk.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the rules of council be suspended so as to permit the consideration of these bills just read by the chief clerk at today's session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries. These bills will be placed on our first reading calendar for today. Chair also like to welcome to City Council chambers State Senator Vincent Hughes. Thank you for joining us today, sir. The next order of business is the consideration of the calendar. I note that the bills just reported from committees with the suspension of the rules have been deemed to have had a first reading. These bills will be placed on the second reading and final passage calendar for the next session of council. As there are no additional bills on the first reading calendar, the chair recognizes Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson for a motion concerning the bills and resolutions on the second reading and final passage calendars.
Thank you, Mr. President. The following bills and resolutions are being called up from the second reading and final passage calendars today. Numbers 260171, 260174, 260175, 260179, 250769, 250917-A, 251066, 260112, and 260113. The following bills and resolutions on the calendar are being held: 250768, 250807, 250980-A, 251025, and 260021. The following bills are being amended: 250329, 250330, and 250843-A.
Thank you very much. Before considering these bills and resolutions, public comment is as follows. Your public comment must concern matters on the second reading and final passage calendars. For possible action in today's council session, all speakers must sign up in order to testify. Once you have signed up, you will be called in the order in which your name appears on the sign-up sheet. Under ideal circumstances, public commenters each will have 3 minutes to speak. However, this time limit may vary from session to session. Today, the time limit will be 2 minutes. In order to be fair to all those wishing to speak, I intend to hold faithfully to the 2-minute limit. When you begin speaking, you will see a green light on the podium. When there are 30 seconds remaining to your time, the light will turn yellow, which is your reminder to conclude your remarks. Once 2 minutes have passed, the light will turn red and the sergeant at arms will disconnect the microphone. At that point, please yield the podium to the next speaker if you have not done so already. I also reserve the right pursuant to our rules of City Council to limit repetitious comments on the same subject matter. I will now ask the Chief Clerk to prepare to call the first speaker, but at first I would like to acknowledge also joining us is former member of the legislative staff of this body, but also Honorable State Representative of the General House, our good friend, Ms. Donna Bullock. Could you stand, Ms. Bullock? Always good to see you. Thank you for being here. Chief Clerk, can you please call the first person for public comment, please?
May Jeremy Blackstein, Lynn Landis, David Alexander Jenkins, Deborah Tony Moore, Shirley Posley, and Makia Elizabeth Matthews please make your way to the podium.
Good morning, City Council. My name's Jeremy Blackstein. We're talking about all bills and resolutions today. Grow Philly, 22 milli. I repeat, grow Philly, 22 milli. That's the North Star that every single piece of resolution should be viewed through, right? Growing the population of Philadelphia, pro-growth, pro-development. We're talking about some safety with housing with Councilman O'Rourke. Those bills are not ready to be passed. Why? The Philadelphia Sheriff's Department and evictions. It's taking too long. We already, Councilwoman Landau and Councilwoman Brooks are working on this. That bill cannot pass in its current form. The last thing we're talking about is turn the key. Councilwoman Lozada has on her desk a bill for 30 turn the key homes. This council is passing money for affordable housing, for turn the key. Councilwoman Lozada or any other member of this body could be introducing this bill to build 30 affordable homes. What's turn the key? Houses at $280,000. The last but not least, we're talking about SEPTA. Look over there. I'm looking at you, State Rep Cephas. We're not doing free SEPTA. She's pushing free SEPTA. That's a little too extreme. But we want funding for SEPTA, right? We want SEPTA funded, and we need Harrisburg to fund SEPTA. We also need there to be density along our transit corridors. Shout out Councilwoman Gaudier for supporting that, but it doesn't go far enough. We need to get rid of our restrictive zoning overlays, upzone our transit corridors, grow Philly 2 milli, and last but not least, ride the ride. Councilman Thomas, we gotta ride SEPTA again, all right? I know no pictures or anything, but thank you. Ride the ride, grow Philly 2 milli.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Ketzi Lozada.
Thank you, Council President. I was sent here to work for the people. And I want to say for the record, for the 2000th time, I support the home initiative, I support Turn the Key. I will not allow for individuals like Mr. Blatstein, who is sent here by developers who make money off of projects in our city for their own benefit. I have had community residents who have said 4 times that they do not want this project. I'm not sure who Mr. Blatstein or others think they are to assume that it's okay for them to tell my community what they need in their community. I'm about stability and growth in my community, and it will be dictated and determined by the people who live there. And so I will decide with my community whether those 30 properties will be built or not. And it will not be him to tell me if I'm gonna do it or not.
The chair recognizes Member Lozada.
Needs my community to keep telling him that, tell him to keep showing up. We're gonna run his ass out every single time.
For the sake of the institution, we would like all opinions, all comments and concerns that remain politically PC, to refrain from language. Thank you very much. Will the Chief Clerk please call next person?
We have Lynn Landis, David Alexander Jenkins, Deborah Tony Moore, Shirley Posey, and Makia Elizabeth Matthews.
Good morning, I'm Lynn Landis from Philly's Republican Network. Diverting Philadelphia waste away from incinerators is a big step in the right direction, but more needs to be done to protect public health and the environment. We should also be looking at biomedical and other facilities whose emissions could prove hazardous. Furthermore, medications that many people are taking have been found in municipal drinking water supplies. In addition, much of our food containers, personal care and beauty products, as well as household cleaners and building materials, include unnecessarily harmful chemicals. Very frankly, we need to take a hard look at our marketplace and resource management plan and begin to systematically remove unnecessary toxins wherever we can, because they are directly, profoundly, and adversely impacting the public's health, the environment, as well as our economy. We cannot keep loading up ourselves and our planet with toxins and trash. There's a better, healthier, and less expensive way to live. You can learn more at zerowasteamerica.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 1 second, Mr. Alexander. Thinking about to bring the bishop to come back and reset. Please proceed.
Mr. President, members and guests, David Alexander Jenkins, and I rise pro the bill as before us, 250330. Protections against retaliation and harassment seem in order, not only as it pertains to the rights of our neighbors in housing, but across the board in this city of brotherly love and sisterly affection. A city which has been granted an implied warranty, if you will, vested in the decisions those of you whom sit within the rail make even today. It seems apropos that we would hear from our mayor, who will present a budget that seeks to balance the responsibilities of our fiscal truth and our duty to the citizenry of Philadelphia as we overcome a history that has often left housing and poverty to be dealt with someday, quite frankly, any other day than today. You see, budgets are declarations of priority, are they not? They reveal whom a government believes is worth saving and whom it is willing to leave behind. And so today, as we debate numbers, allocations, and programs, I rise to remind this body that the crisis before us is not abstract, it is human. During the funeral of the late, great Reverend Jesse Jackson, I was sat ruminating in the words of the presented by Stevie Wonder, words famously lamented by the late, great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., words I sung as a child walking hand in hand down the aisle of Jones Tabernacle AME. We shall overcome, we shall overcome. And it struck me that it's not everybody who needs to overcome. In fact, most of the people who historically sang that song are no longer part of the we who must overcome at all. It is not the tired, the hungry, the poor, the huddled masses yearning to be free. It is not the colored or the burdened, the sick, the friendless, or the needy, dare I say, who need to overcome. But it is we who know who we are. We who stand between the promises of a 250-year-old declaration and the cries of a people for liberty and the pursuit of happiness. We, the keepers of a system of inequality. We, the arbiters of effectless solutions that sound good even fiscally, but often do not do anything more than line the pockets of our friends. We who blocked the gates of a Zion an apostle named Paul once described as a more excellent way. Friends, deep in my heart, it is my belief that we must overcome today.
We have Deborah Tony Moore, Shirley Posey, Makia Elizabeth Matthews. May Dr. Deidre Formby, Jarvis MacArthur, Charles Friedman, Wilfreda Ball, Sister Talia Taylor, and Teresa Howell also make their way to the podium.
Could the next speaker please approach the podium? We'll call the next speakers, please.
Dr. Deidre Formby, Jarvis MacArthur, Charles Friedman, Wilfreda Ball, Sister Talia Taylor, Teresa Howell. We also have Melissa Montz, Corey Phillips, Sherman McLeod, Marvin Robinson, and Tabah Lewis. Please start making your way to the podium.
Good morning, council members and distinguished elected officials. My name is Jarvis MacArthur, and this is Dr. Wilfreda Ball.
Could you speak into the microphone, sir, please?
My name is Jarvis MacArthur, and this is Dr. Wilfreda Ball, and we are co-executors of the estate of Dr. Constance E. Clayton. We are here in support of the legislation proposed by Councilman Jeffrey Young Jr. to rename Buttonwood Street Dr. Constance E. Clayton Way. There's much to be said about the achievements and accomplishments of Dr. Clayton. She was the first woman and first African-American superintendent of the Philadelphia public school system. She implemented the model early childhood program that is used nationally, and she improved standardized curricula, and she was the recipient of honorary doctorates, several honorary doctorates, and hundreds of rewards. We, as executors, however, are mindful of the fact of Dr. Clayton's purpose, and that purpose was the children. This became more pronounced when we were organizing and reviewing many of her papers and writings. We came across a document where Dr. Clayton did the eulogy for the Honorable Judge Juanita Kidd Stout. She said at that eulogy, and I'm quoting, "Perhaps Judge Stout would have said the following: when I die, if you need to weep, cry for the children roaming the street. And when you need me, put your arms around others and give them what you need to give me." In essence, in passing this legislation, you are symbolically putting your arms around and encouraging others, particularly our children, in helping them to know and to remember Dr. Clayton, her legacy, and more importantly, her motto, "The children come first."
Say it again, sir.
The children come first. We respectfully request that you pass the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Save our schools.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Deidre Farnbury, and I can't believe that it's been 24 years since I was in this chamber for School District of Philadelphia budget hearings in my role then as interim superintendent. But today, I am here to speak of the legendary Dr. Constance E. Clayton, my mentor. Thank you for granting me this moment to express my deep appreciation for the decision to rename the block of Buttonwood Street adjacent to the School District of Philadelphia building the Dr. Constance E. Clayton Way. Today's action is more than a ceremonial gesture. It is an act of historical recognition and civic gratitude. Dr. Clayton was a trailblazer in every sense of the word. In the 1980s, she shattered barriers when she became the first African American and first woman to serve as superintendent of the School District of Philadelphia. She led the district for 11 years, and to this day remains the longest serving superintendent in district history. That kind of leadership does not happen by accident. It happens through vision, courage, and unwavering commitment. But what makes this movement even more meaningful is that Dr. Clayton was truly homegrown. She was born in Philadelphia, educated in Philadelphia public schools, and chose to dedicate her life to serving the very community that nurtured her. Dr. Clayton guided her work with a simple but powerful belief, and you heard it, the children come first. Setting the expectation for actions to result in every child, regardless of neighborhood or circumstance, receiving opportunity and a quality education. As a street is a pathway towards a destination, so too was this motto, setting the direction for excellence with no tolerance for detours. Time is up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Posey, and I'm the director of STEM at Imhotep Institute Charter High School. Really? Yes. Really quickly, I want to paint a picture for you about a group of students from the city of Philadelphia that traveled to the fourth time to Ghana, not just for sightseeing, but to actually provide health care to over 1,200 villagers. Not only that, they collected data, and what the data showed was out of those 1,200 villagers, 78% of them had waterborne illnesses. But we had a key to that. We 3D printed right at Imhotep water filters, and when we incorporated those 3D printed water filters, guess what the data showed? It showed that it was 100% decline in waterborne diseases and illnesses within that village. In 2022, I was given the opportunity to develop this STEM program, and we've gone to other communities such as Sapelo Island, Jackson, Mississippi, Kenya. But this year, we've expanded our research to Japan. We just came back from doing R&D, research and development, with the top engineers and scientists. And not only we loved what they were doing, but they loved the students from Imhotep Institute Charter High High School STEM program that they want to collaborate and create a partnership with their Japan students. And so what we have is our STEM program. We're just not learning about robotics and coding, but we're looking at how to solve problems. And when you transform students, you transform the community. So I would like to thank the resolution that is coming forth to honor these students. And what we've discovered are innovative and sustainable solutions to take plastic water bottles and trash and convert them into cement and other sustainable solutions for the city of Philadelphia. So thank you all so much. And if you want to hear more about our STEM program and what the phenomenal and transformational work that our students are doing, then we are here and we have student representatives here to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Makia Elizabeth, and I am co-chair of Fern Hill Park Friends and Community Impact Director for Harmony Hill. Good morning, and thank you to City Council for this recognition. I'm truly grateful to receive it, but I want to honestly say that this work has never been about one person. What's happening on Fern Hill Road and in the Fern Hill Park community is the result of neighbors deciding to care for ourselves, one another, and the place we live. A few years ago, we put a small free coffee station on our patio. It was supposed to be self-serve, and it was supposed to be a finished space on an unfinished block where adults could gather to vision and enjoy a more beautiful experience of neighborhood life. But the neighborhood kids showed up first, and they had their own vision for the space, and they insisted on executing it themselves. The kids showed up first thing in the morning, some still in their Spider-Man onesie pajamas, greeting and serving neighbors, watering the plants, picking up litter, making treats and drinks, writing thank you notes for donations, collecting signatures for birthday cards, and drinking all the hot chocolate. In response, the adult neighbors started bringing what they had to share. One neighbor bought bags of coffee beans, another bought juice boxes, someone showed up with bagels, another neighbor dropped off apples, someone donated a toaster oven, someone bought coloring books and crayons and stickers so kids would have something to do while the adults talked. Someone gave Barbies, another neighbor bought a TV so the kids could see Gracie's Corner. Little by little, a gift economy emerged. People were eager to offer what they had so the whole community could flourish. These gifts even helped us offer a $2,500 college scholarship for one of our neighborhood youth who works as a barista at the cafe. It turns out our community cafe wasn't all neighbors had to give. One neighbor offered a dedicated space for an after-school club and community gatherings. We're also growing a neighborhood food forest, building a children's play village, and hosting Fun Fridays at Fern Hill Park, where all spaces where people of all ages and backgrounds can learn, play, and belong. What began as a little patio experiment, a space built by neighbors for neighbors with the help of this city, eventually grew into what we could now call St. Harmony Cafe. It now became a part of a larger vision we call Harmony Hill. Harmony Hill is our local expression of the beloved community that Coretta Scott King spoke about, a place where neighbors care for one another, steward the land, and create opportunities for all generations. Right now, we're continuing that work by restoring our community clubhouse and expanding green spaces that support our youth land stewards, our gardens, and community gatherings. So I'm grateful for this recognition, but I also want to extend an invitation. If you want to see the future of Philadelphia, come spend a day with us in Harmony Hill. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. You know me as Charles Friedman, and I want to talk especially to Mark. Your bill 250-843A today. Make sure you're speaking into the mic so they can hear you, okay? Oh, you're trying to mess me up, And I really enjoy watching everybody connect today in City Council, and I wish we could connect about this trash problem we got in Philadelphia. Some neighborhoods is just being thrown in the trash. You know, people take bags and put them by the curb. Why don't they just invite the animals to come in their house and get the trash? Because that's what we're doing. We're feeding the animals and stuff. And Mark's bill is a great idea. And I want to shout out to my main man, Councilman Curtis Jones. He's a wise man, and he's teaching me too. But getting back to this trash thing, I'm telling you, Philadelphia better not fail with the trash. I am not going to be defeated by trash. And we can fix this. We can fix this. We got to change some of the policies so it'll be easier for everybody to get on board. And Mark, I'm with you 110%. I was at your office yesterday, and you did a sidestep on me, but that's okay. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep backing you up because you got a good idea. I was gonna tell you some of the secrets to it, but I'll hook up with you later on. And I just want to give thanks to with my other mentor, Janie Blackwell. She taught me well, and I want to thank City Council for giving me this chance to talk about something that I know we can defeat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. So it is what it is, right? Please call the next speaker. Sister Talia, welcome.
Yep. Sister Talia Taylor, President of the City Dreams Coalition, also Director of Community Engagement at Level Up Philly, Political Advisor, and Youth Case Manager. Hello, everyone. City Council. Good afternoon, members of City Council. My name is Sister Talia Taylor. Many of the people across Philadelphia know me as a community activist, someone who fights every day for families all across Philadelphia. But today I want to speak not just as an advocate, but as someone who has personally lived through the very housing conditions we are discussing. I am here on behalf of Councilmember O'Rourke and the bills that he has introduced. In my personal life, I have experienced housing insecurity that no resident of Philadelphia should ever have to endure. My home was robbed over and over again for years. Even when the perpetrators were identified, the system failed to protect me. The conditions of the property deteriorated so badly that the house became nearly unlivable. Walls were broken, windows shattered, and people were able to climb back and forth through the windows over and over again. There were 18 pages of violations documented by licenses and inspections, yet nothing was resolved, ever. Imagine the stress, the mental anguish, and the depression that comes from living in those conditions. Imagine trying to continue serving your community while your own living situation is unstable and unhealthy. Through my hotline and community work, I receive over 1,000 calls every year from families experiencing the same thing. Mothers, caregivers, seniors, and children living in homes that are unsafe, unhealthy, and ignored. I watch families break under the weight of the stress because they cannot get the help they need, even after contacting multiple city agencies. That is why the legislation before you today matters so much. Accountability matters, structure matters, enforcement matters. That is about thousands of Philadelphia residents who wake up every day wondering if anyone in power actually sees them. Today you have the opportunity to show them that you do. And this was also by the old administration that I was failed. But this definitely, okay. But thank you, Nicholas O'Rourke, for everything that you're doing to help improve the quality of life for everyone.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Howell. Council President, City Council as a whole.
Excuse me, 1 second, ma'am. Chair recognizes Councilman Curtis Jones, Jr.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. For the record, Sister Talia lived on my block, and then she moved out of my district.
So it ain't your district.
It ain't my district. I went for the record.
Yes.
And that's why we're welcoming her back.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, Member Jones, for the record. It is not the 4th Councilmanic District. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. I would like to thank Councilmember Nick O'Rourke for his introduction of the Safe Healthy Homes Act. I would like to thank the Housing Committee for passing it out of committee 6-0. I look forward to next week where I know it will pass out of City Council as well and become law. We also want to thank the mayor, who has prioritized license inspection for Safe Healthy Homes inspections. We thank her for her initiative. We thank her for prioritizing us when we are always the ones, which, speaking of low-income people, are always the ones overlooked or grandfathered in. But for the first time with this city council, I feel important. I feel like I matter. I want to thank my council member, Ketsi Lozada, for always standing up for Frankfurt. She stands up for the people of Frankfurt and the neighborhoods of Frankfurt, and she fights hard for us, and I thank you for the fight. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Montz. I am here as part of 1PA Renters United, and I am immensely grateful for the passage of the Safe Healthy Homes Act out of the Housing Committee and to the council. If these measures had been in place 8 years ago, I would not be as sick as I am today. That is why these bills are so important. People's health are losing their health. One of our members is in the hospital, has been in the hospital repeatedly since the beginning of the year due to severe asthma and is still battling rodents running through her housing, chewing through sheetrock and things of that nature, and she's constantly battling health issues. So we are immensely grateful. We are immensely grateful to the mayor for including funding specifically for proactive inspections. That fight has been fought for a very long time, from my understanding. I'm sorry to say I wasn't there at the beginning, but I'm here now, and I'm glad to be a part of bringing it home. I want to thank, again, Ketsi Lozada. She has been a major force in this. I got sick in Frankfurt. I've been one of the fortunate ones that's been able to move out of that environment. I want to say thank you to Councilmember Nicholas O'Rourke for introducing the bill. All the hard work his team has done, late night phone calls and everything else. I want to thank the co-sponsors of the bill and everyone who has supported us to this day. I will be back next week, hopefully a little better than I am today, to help push this over the finish line. Thank you again. We appreciate you immensely.
We have Corey Phillips, Sherman McLeod, Marvin Robinson, Tabah Lewis, and Obona Hagins. Please make your way to the podium.
Good morning, my name is Corey Phillips, another member of 1PA Renters United. And I want to add thanks to all the council members. Well, 1 month belated birthday to Ms. Gaudier and Councilman Jones and other council. I may not get y'all names offhand, but just thanking you all for the support of the Safe Healthy Homes Act, which is very vital to the city of Philadelphia. If we are to grow, we got to get the homes right first for people to come in to move into the city. So we got to make sure these landlords are held accountable in so many ways, not just with their health need, when it comes to the health, when it comes to the conditions of the buildings, or even some try to legally rob us, which I feel as though I didn't get legally robbed, but I was evicted with no cause. I wasn't even on no property and still got an eviction on my name when he allegedly said I'm evicted. So right now I'm just stuck for a little while at family, but thank you for those who supporting it, this bill to improve the housing in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Thank y'all all.
Hello, David Tony Moore signed us up, but my name is Nori Farmer, and I am a 12th grade STEM trailblazer. I'm a part of the STEM program at Imhotep Institute Charter High School, and we develop innovative solutions to environmental crises that exist in today's time. We use existing technologies to improve our communities and also improve ourselves. Me joining STEM, it not only changed how I critically think, but it changed me on a maturity-wise and comprehension, just changed me into a better person who was able to speak in spaces like this. A year ago from now, I wouldn't even be able to communicate properly. So not only do we learn how to be unified with each other, but we also learn how to be professional and have etiquette with everyone else. And I do believe that it's important that STEM is implemented into our communities, into our schools, into our youth, because STEM is life. Everything you have is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So this instills integrity and intelligence within ourselves and our own students.
My name is Troy Hutton. I'm a part of the engineering team for the STEM program at Imhotep Charter.
Speaking to the microphone a little bit more, young man.
How you guys doing? My name is Troy Hutton. I'm a 12th grader at Imhotep Charter School for the engineering team. While in Japan, we observed many things like Japan's infrastructure. They have energized footsteps that controls the city energy. We looked at greenhouses while down there. We observed many things that we could portray into the city and maybe develop the city's infrastructure, the city's water lining, the city's energy, the city's everything.
And we also would like to use our studies and research to propose a bill.
Sir, comment? You have 2 minutes. Take your name for the record, please.
Good morning, council members and our citizens of Philadelphia. My name is Sherman McLeod. I'm the president and CEO of Philadelphia Technician Training Institute, where we bought the Marine Institute in 2015. We own that whole block. Thank you for the opportunity that the council members here have been very supportive of us, and being able to get people from on the adult scale, 18 and up, also for people that are prison bound on state road training so that they don't have the recidivism. In addition to having children on Saturday that we train to be able to be tradespeople. Our next part of the expansion, we just completed expansion on Girard Avenue. It was a $6.5 million expansion. We're going into Councilwoman Gardier's district with a $20 million expansion. We've been responsible with the collective energy in this room to be able to put cumulatively over $1 billion in salaries for people that are in the trades in Philadelphia. We just want to thank you for your opportunity to have done that.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Council, President. This bill, actually, this is for Curtis Jones, recognizing great leaders. I just wanted to say this on this revolution that Curtis Jones had. It was 260175. From Geneva Black, this man, councilman, been ironing people in our neighborhood, and I'm gonna cry because Geneva Black, Pastor James Allen, Dr. James Allen, all these people I'm talking about, these people lead me, they guide me when I was a kid, when I was 16 years old. A lot of them is not here. And I really appreciate, Councilman, from the bottom of my heart, that you've been honoring these people before they leave here. I think that's a great gift, because most people get the honor when they go on. So I just wanted to say to you, thank you for honoring Madam Dunn, because Madam Dunn had me since I was 16 years old. Pastor Allen had me since I was 18 years old. See, Geneva Black had me since I was 12 years old. So a lot of my leadership comes from those strong people. And I just want to say thank you so much for honoring people before they leave here. And the second thing I just want to say to all the city council, thank y'all for just listening to us. Thank y'all for passing safe homes, because that's important. That's not something to argue really about, but sometimes you got to come here and debate. And I love this building. You know why? Because it makes it who we are. It's a democracy. So thank each and every one of y'all. I appreciate it. And especially to the mayor. I really came to really just hear the mayor and also honor you for honoring somebody else, councilman. That really touched my heart. You've been doing a great job in the neighborhood. And I mean that from my heart. Because we had great leaders in our neighborhood. They're resting right now, but I'm sure they're proud. So I just want to thank you for that. And also I just want to say to the mayor, I think she's doing an outstanding job to be our mayor. So thank you. I can't wait to hear her budget. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Obona Hagins, and I'm a fourth-generation chattel slavery survivor. Bill 251066 is about digitizing Philadelphia's vital records and making them searchable. That may sound like a simple records project, but records tell the story of people's lives. They show our history and the conditions people lived under. A city budget works the same way. It shows who the city invests in and whose problems it is trying to fix. When a budget does not deal with the specific harms experienced by the descendants of emancipated people, two things happen. First, it ignores the only group whose poverty was created by law. Second, it goes against the 39th Congress with what they said after slavery. Freedom comes to freedmen. It should be able to support themselves. Freedmen should be able to support themselves and have the same economic opportunities as white citizens. And it brings me back to 251066. When the city preserves its historical records, it is admitting their historical records matter. It's admitting that. The records show clearly that American freedmen faced slavery, black codes, Jim Crow, redlining, racial covenants, and other policies that shape the economic conditions that we still see today. Philadelphia has already recognized this history in its own law, including the city's slavery-era disclosure law and the slave lineage reparative resolution for the Office of Freedmen Affairs. Its history should be dealt with now and not delayed. Obona Hagins, over and out.
Council President, there are no further names for public comment.
That concludes today's public comment period. We will now consider the bills and resolutions on the second reading and final passage calendar. The clerk please read the title of resolution number 260171.
A resolution urging the United States Congress to pass the Protecting American History Act, which would prevent any further attempt by the federal government to whitewash Philadelphia's complex history and require the restoration of the President's House Memorial.
The chair recognizes Catherine Gilmore Richardson for a motion regarding resolution number 260171.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your behalf, I move the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution number 260171 be adopted. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of resolution number 260174.
A resolution also naming the 5100 block of Delancey Street as Rasheen Hall Way to honor the life and memory of Rasheen Hall and his lasting impact on his family, neighbors, and the West Philadelphia community.
The chair recognizes Councilman Jamie Gaultier for a motion regarding resolution number 260174.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution number 260174 be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of resolution number 260175?
A resolution renaming the 700 block of North 63rd Street, Madeline Dunn Way, in recognition of her lifetime of community leadership and civic engagement in West Philadelphia.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Jones for a motion regarding resolution number 260175.
Mr. President, may I speak to the resolution for a moment?
Briefly, sir.
Briefly, I got it. Madeline Dunn preceded Curtis Jones. Madeline Dunn helped elect half of the people sitting in that section. Madeline Dunn ran for this seat before I ever thought about it. And back then, unlike now, her provocative kind of leadership was not accepted. And so she fell back, didn't go away, but she contributed a different way. And what I would say to you is that, as Marvin Robinson said, we need to give our leaders flowers while they can still smell them. And I'm very proud to have had her as a staffer. And why did I do that? You remember Morgan Cephas? Nobody managed Madeline. Madeline managed everybody. So enthusiastically, I move for the adoption of this resolution.
It has been moved and properly and enthusiastically seconded. Well done. That the resolution number 260175 be adopted. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries and resolution is adopted. And Kurt, I'm from all the way down South Philly. I remember when I first got elected in council, she'd be like, come here and talk to you, kind of give you some directions. This when I first met her, pulled me to the side. So very well done, sir. Would the clerk please read the title of resolution number 260179?
A resolution also naming Buttonwood Street between Broad Street and North 15th Street as Dr. Constance E. Clayton Way.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Jeffrey J. Young for a motion regarding resolution number 260179.
Thank you, Mr. President. Children come first. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution number 260179 be adopted. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title of bill number 250329?
An ordinance amending Chapter 9-3900 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Property Licenses and Owner Accountability to clarify licensing requirements, authorize the department to create a proactive inspection program, require public reporting related to code compliance, and establish remedies, damages, and protections for tenants, all under certain terms and conditions.
Chair recognizes Councilman O'Rourke for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer an amendment to bill number 250329. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all the members of the council, and I move for the adoption of that amendment.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to bill number 250329 be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the bill has been amended. This bill will be placed on the final passage calendar for our next session of council. Will the clerk please read the title of bill number 250330?
An ordinance amending Chapter 9-800 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Landlord and Tenant to modify the requirements related to good cause for ending a tenancy, add protections against retaliation and harassment for tenants and tenant organizations, specify tenants' rights related to the implied warranty of habitability, and provide a legal presumption related to breaches of the implied warranty of habitability, create a tenant right to organize, specify deadlines for asserting claims, and establish and enhance enforcement mechanisms, remedies, damages, and protections, all under certain terms and conditions.
Chair recognizes Councilman O'Rourke for a motion.
Thank you again for that recognition, Mr. President. I would like to offer another amendment to bill number 250330. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all the members of the council, and I do move for the adoption of the amendment.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to bill number 250330 be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the bill has been amended. This bill will be placed on the final passage calendar for our next session of council. Will the clerk please read the title of bill number 250769?
An ordinance amending Title 20 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Officers and Employees by changing the compensation of members of the Zoning Board of Adjustment, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill has been read on 2 different days. The question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau.
Aye.
Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks was aye. Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Ahmed.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 17, the nays are 0. Majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. The clerk, please read the title of Bill number 250843-A.
An ordinance amending Chapter 10-700 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Refuse and Littering to require locking dumpsters, all under certain terms and conditions.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Squilla for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer an amendment to Bill number 250843A. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all members of council. I move for the adoption of the amendment.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to Bill number 250843 be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. The bill has been amended. This bill will be placed on the final passage calendar for our next session of council. Will the clerk please read the title of Bill number 250917-A.
An ordinance amending Section 14-529 of the Philadelphia Code entitled 5th District Overlay District to provide for building requirements to prevent vacant lots, all under certain terms and conditions.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye, and can I also be recorded as voting aye on all bills and resolutions I missed?
Will be recorded. Proceed, Chief Clerk.
Councilmember Thomas.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau.
Aye.
Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks was aye. Councilmember Harity.
Aye, and I'd like to be marked aye on all bills I may have read.
Shall be recorded.
I came in, wasn't sure where it was.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Ahmed.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 17, the nays are 0. Majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. Will the clerk please read the title of Bill number 251066?
An ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Records and the Procurement Commissioner on behalf of the city to execute a multi-year concession agreement with Ancestry.com in connection with the digitizing, indexing, and public access and search of City of Philadelphia Department of Records vital records, all under provisions set forth in the concession agreement, substantially as set forth in Exhibit A to this ordinance.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau.
Aye.
Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks was aye. Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Ahmed.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye, the ayes are 17, the nays are 0. Majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. Chief Clerk, please read the title of Bill number 260112.
An ordinance authorizing, generally, the continued issuance and sale by the City of Philadelphia of the Gasworks revenue notes of the city, prescribing the forms of notes and providing for their execution and payment, pledging certain revenues of the Gasworks as security, adopting a rate covenant, and directing the imposition and collection of rates and charges sufficient to comply therewith, prescribing the conditions precedent to the issuance of specific series of notes, including a resolution passed by the bond committee, providing for establishment of credit support for notes, providing for the designation of a fiscal agent and sinking fund depositary, providing for establishment of a sinking fund and its management, providing remedies upon default, and providing for amendments and modifications.
This bill having been read on 2 different days, the question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau.
Aye.
Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks was aye. Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Ahmed.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye. The ayes are 17 and nees are 0. Majority of all members having voted in affirmative, the bill passes. Chief Clerk, please read the title of Bill number 260113.
An ordinance authorizing the execution, delivery, and performance by the Philadelphia Facilities Management Corporation on behalf of the Philadelphia Gas Works of an amended service agreement with Transcontinental Gas Pipeline Company, LLC, for gas storage services under the Transco WSS Open Access Rate Schedule.
This bill had been read on 2 different days. The question now is, shall the bill pass finally? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Phillips.
Aye.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Aye.
Councilmember Gautier.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Landau.
Aye.
Councilmember Losada.
Aye.
Councilmember Young.
Aye.
Councilmember Brooks was aye. Councilmember Harity.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Rourke.
Aye.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Aye.
Councilmember Squilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Bass. Councilmember Ahmed.
Aye.
And Council President Johnson.
Aye. The ayes are 17 and nees are 0. Majority of all members having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes. Will the clerk please read any additional resolutions on today's calendar?
A privileged resolution honoring and recognizing Major Benjamin F. Brooks for his historic career in the Pennsylvania State Police and his role in expanding opportunity in law enforcement, introduced by Councilmember Jones.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Curtis Jones for a motion on the resolution.
I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the next resolution.
A privileged resolution authorizing the Committee on Legislative Oversight to hold hearings on the status, operations, and economic impact at the Port of Philadelphia, Philiport, to ensure its growth and operations position the City of Philadelphia as a 21st century commerce hub, introduced by Councilmember Landau.
Chair recognizes Councilman Rue Landau for a motion on the resolution in the 2nd Councilmanic District.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Good job, Member Rue Landau. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution recognizing the month of March 2026 as Creative and Nighttime Economy Month in the City of Philadelphia, introduced by Councilmember Thomas.
Chair recognizes Councilman Isaiah Thomas for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Council President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution designating March 8th, 2026 as Joe Frazier Day in the City of Philadelphia in celebration and recognition of the 55th anniversary of the fight of the century, in which Philadelphia icon Smokin' Joe Frazier defeated Muhammad Ali to win the World Heavyweight Championship title, introduced by Councilmember Harity.
Chair recognizes Councilman Jim Harity for a motion on the resolution.
I move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Good job, Member Harity. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution recognizing and honoring the students, educators, and leadership of Imhotep Institute Charter High School for their outstanding STEM program and global educational initiatives, including Project Kumba, Japan, and celebrating their commitment to expanding access to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education for students in the City of Philadelphia, introduced by Councilmember Bass.
The Chair recognizes Councilman Sidney Bass for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
A privileged resolution honoring and recognizing Makia Elizabeth block captain of the 4500 block of Fern Hill Road in Southwest Germantown, for being named Block Captain of the Year by the Philadelphia Citizen, and commending her outstanding leadership and dedication to building a stronger, more connected community in the city of Philadelphia, introduced by Councilmember Bass.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Bass for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to move for the adoption of this resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chief Clerk, please read the title of the next resolution.
A privileged resolution honoring and congratulating Max Kent on the occasion of his retirement from New Cortland and recognizing his decades of dedicated leadership in the United States Army, Healthcare Administration, community service, and support of Philadelphia seniors and those who are underserved, introduced by Councilmember Bass.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Bass for a motion on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of this resolution.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the resolution be adopted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the Chief Clerk please read the title of the next resolution?
Council President, there are no further resolutions in my possession.
Council will be at ease. Good afternoon, everyone. Members, please take your seats. All visitors, please reside outside the council chamber rails. All sidebar conversations, please take out the council chambers as we prepare for our next order of business. The time has come for us to consider the mayor's presentation of her annual budget message. The Philadelphia Home Rule Charter states that the mayor shall submit to council no later than 90 days before the end of the fiscal year her operating budget message and proposed operating budget ordinance for the issuing fiscal year. At the same time, the mayor shall submit to council the recommended capital program and capital budget as received from the City Planning Commission to the extent approved by the mayor. I now appoint the following committee to escort the mayor into the council chambers. Councilmember and Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson. Councilmember and Majority Whip Councilmember Isaiah Thomas. Councilmember Majority Deputy Whip Councilmember Cindy Bass. And Minority Whip Councilmember Nicholas O'Rourke.
Council President, the mayor has arrived.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to introduce the mayor of the city of Philadelphia, Mayor Sherelle L. Parker.
Oh, wow. I see you all. All right.
The floor is yours, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I officially begin, Mr. President, I want you to know that I shared a copy of the message that you sent to me, which was a flashback to 1990. Had me thinking about Mega Designs and Alpinas. You all don't even know what Mega Designs are. Somebody in here wore them. And I showed the picture to Langston, and he said, what's wrong? I said, I'm going back to that room today. He said, you look nervous. I said, I always am. He said, I won't be there to help you, but Grandmom and Dad will be there. They'll hold you down. I want to start by saying to Ms. Gladys James and to Benjamin Mullins, thank you both for being the anchors of our family and our village, and it is because of you that I am allowed to fulfill my duties as mayor of the city of Philadelphia, and I love you both. Thank you. With that being said, good morning, Philadelphia. To my friend, Council President Kenyatta Johnson, and your leadership team, Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson, Majority Whip Isaiah Thomas, Deputy Majority Whip Cindy Bass, Minority Leader Kendra Brooks, Minority Whip Nicholas O'Rourke, and to every dedicated member of the City Council of Philadelphia. To our Philadelphia delegation in the Pennsylvania General Assembly and every statewide leader who is present, thank you. To our Speaker of the House, Joanna McClinton, our Appropriations Chairman, Jordan Harris, our Senate Democratic Appropriations Chairman, who is also my therapist, Vincent Hughes. To all of our cherished faith leaders, the men and women of organized labor, community, business, and civic leaders, and especially to my cabinet, led with excellence by my Chief of Staff, Chief Air Traffic Controller, Tiffany Thurman, along with my Chief Deputy Mayors, Vanessa Garrett Harley and Sincere Harris, as well as every cabinet member here in the room today. And of course, to every Philadelphian watching online, listening on Word, or tuning in on television. Our third year is officially underway, and I am more energized and hopeful and determined than ever to lead us forward as your 100th mayor. Today, I want you to know that I am proposing for your consideration my One Philly, One Future fiscal year 2027 budget, 5-year plan, and recommended capital budget and program. Now, I want you to know that this $7 billion FY27 budget, it is not just a ledger full of numbers. It's a bold set of strategic investments and actually what I believe is a roadmap to a safer, cleaner, and greener Philadelphia with access to economic opportunity for all. Before we chart the path ahead, I want to pause and I want to honor those who embody the spirit of service and sacrifice that define our city. To the men and women and individuals of our Philadelphia police and fire departments and all of our city workers, I want you to know that your courage, dedication, and resilience are the heartbeat of our city. When you see my cabinet wearing blue, red, and white ribbons today, I want you to know that each color carries a story of sacrifice and service to the people of Philadelphia. Some of you may remember that last December, we lost Philadelphia Highway Patrolman Andy Chan, a husband, a father, a protector. To Mrs. Chan and your children, our blue ribbons are a small symbol of the gratitude and respect of an entire city. Mrs. Chan and family, please rise if you are present, please, so we can give you a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Recently, more recently, back on March 2nd, as flames rose in the Winfield community, 9 brave Philadelphia firefighters ran towards the danger and ended up hospitalized as a result. Lieutenant Julius Sanders from Ladder 24 was there that night. So were 8 other firefighters, and I want you to hear their names. From Ladder 24 firefighters, Peter Turk, James McCaffrey, Stephen Bowling, and Justin Easley. From Engine 41 firefighters, Justin Hager, Jonathan Garofo, and Lieutenant Joseph Ryan, and Bryant Collins from Engine 16. I think Lieutenant Sanders is present with us today. Lieutenant Sanders, I want you to please rise on behalf of yourself and your colleagues. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The red ribbon is for you and all your fellow firefighters who put their lives on the line that night. And to the family of Timothy Sapp, a longtime employee of the Streets Department who passed away during one of the recent winter storms. Mr. Sapp had just finished his plowing shift when he suffered a fatal medical emergency. His widow, Corinne, is here with us today, and I would like to ask her to please rise so we can recognize Mr. Sapp's decades of service and commitment to the city of Philadelphia. Thank you, Corinne, for being here. Thank you. I told you we're not going anywhere. Thank you. And to the families of several other city employees who have passed recently. Kenneth King from the Sanitation Department and Christopher Thompson from Fleet. Darrell Brown from Parks and Recreation and Dawn Holloway from the Medical Examiner's Office. We want to thank you and your loved ones for the service that you've provided to our great city. The white ribbons that the cabinet is wearing today is in honor of the memory of Mr. Sapp and all of our other departed city colleagues. Let's give all of our employees a round of applause. Before I go in to the budget, I want you to know I saw a clip this morning from a lady we are all familiar with by the name of Donna Brazile. She was in Philadelphia talking about the state of political affairs in our nation. And she said most prominently that we suffered from a hope deficit in our nation, that Americans needed a sense of hope. So I thought long and hard about Donna Brazile's comments, and then my friend and brother Mungu Sanchez came to mind, and him always saying to me that hope is important, but don't forget that hope doesn't buy bread, eggs, milk, and cheese. People need access to opportunity so that they can feel the hope, pride, and inspiration. With that being said, I want you to know that as we head into our FY27 budget, I want us to take a look briefly at where we've been, and then we'll talk about where we're going. But the hope is that you will feel that our city of Philadelphia is moving forward. We are making real and measurable progress. I want you to know, Philadelphia, that our city is safer, our city is cleaner and greener, and the data proves it. We know that we are safer under the leadership of Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel and Public Safety Director Adam Geer. Through their leadership and our holistic PIE strategy, prevention, intervention, and enforcement, and in partnership with our community anti-violence groups across our city, we know that homicides and shootings are at their lowest levels in over 50 years here in our city. Council President Kenyatta Johnson, we are on our way. And Philadelphia, I just don't want you to take my word for it. Pew Charitable Trust confirms that our progress, Philadelphia's progress, it outpaces 20 other major U.S. cities. That is what I'm proud about. It's with that data in mind that I am really excited to affirm that we are proposing $25 million in community-based anti-violence grants in FY27 because we know that these investments work. They work. With that being said, there are some folks who are here. I know that my friend, Pastor Carl Day, he can attest to the fact that the strategy works, but I need you to just hold it for a second. Chief Deputy Mayor Vanessa Garrett Harley told on you, Pastor Carl Day, wherever you are yesterday, and we understand that New York has been trying to poach you, and you've been doing some work there for about 2 days a week, but I want you to remember that the Philly comes out your mayor, and we need you here in the city of Philadelphia, Pastor Carl Day. Where is Taj Murdoch of Men of Courage? Is Taj Murdoch here? What about Shantae Love from Every Murder Is Real? I want you all to stand. Where's Manny? Manny 215. Where's Manny? Stand up, Manny. And what about Tone Barr? Is Tone Barr here? These are the men and women who are on the ground doing the work. I text them, I call them. They're connected, they're plugged in. I rely on you, and I'm grateful for you, each of you. Council Member Curtis Jones Jr., the author of our blueprint for a safer Philadelphia. I know that we have more work to do, but as you laid out in your blueprint, we know that these investments are working. I also want us, because I remember being on the trail and it wasn't popular to talk about the need to support community policing in the city of Philadelphia. But I want to hear from you all. A round of applause for the men and women of the Philadelphia Police Department, our Commissioner Bethel, the best police commissioner in the United States, and Chief Public Safety Director Adam Gear, and everyone on his team. Bethel and Gear, you're my public safety anchors. I'm grateful for you every day. Thank you. Philadelphia, I want you to know that we are not stopping there. While we're proud of the progress and the lower homicide numbers, I want you to know that's only the beginning. The Philadelphia Police Department is also helping to address quality of life issues in our neighborhood. A new team of quality of life assurance officers will be deployed to every police district in the city. Now, many of you have already seen them in action with the Market East Revitalization Project. What are these officers doing? They are addressing nuisance properties and problem establishments that disrupt the peace of our residential blocks. And here's one more important update, a promise that we made to you about transparency in public safety. We talked about those body-worn cameras. Philadelphia, as your mayor, I'm proud to affirm for you today that body-worn cameras are now issued to every officer in every patrol district, as well as our frontline personnel. Listen, we promised this to the people of Philadelphia, and we are delivering on that promise. In addition to that, that's safe, but I also want you to know that we value clean and green. And we are cleaning up and greening up our city in a significant way. Under the leadership of Clean and Green Director Carlton Williams and Sanitation Director Crystal Jacob Shipman. Yeah, they're on the front line. Yes, my partners. Under their leadership, Philadelphia.
Thank you so much, Mayor Parker. Will you use the $1 billion surplus budget to fund green jobs and affordable housing? Thank you. I'm so proud of you and happy as my mayor. We love you.
Thank you, baby. I love you too. Thank you. And listen, if you stay tuned, you're going to be excited about what you're about to hear, because you and I, we like that. Okay. All right. Because if you think about the leadership of Carlton Williams and Crystal Jacob Shipman, I don't simply want you to listen to me saying that our city is cleaner and greener. I want you to think about what they've already done. We've executed 94,000 actions last year. Cleaner streets, illegal dumping, tackle, twice a week trash collection restored. We are on our way to eliminating that Philadelphia moniker. We are trying, Philadelphia. Now, at the same time, I want to stay here for a second. We are advancing environmental justice through our urban forestry unit. Why? Because we know that neighborhoods with higher poverty rates often has fewer trees. Council Member Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson, my teacher about the urban heat island index. So this is why, in partnership with the Department of Commerce, we trained 40 taking care of business ambassadors to care for 460 newly planted trees on commercial corridors across the city. Now listen, I can't help it, I'm a tree nut, so I get excited about trees. Listen, in FY27, we are going to focus on 3,600 plus trees and shrubs that were planted last year with a laser focus on Cobbs Creek and Tacony Creek Park. Senator Hughes, Rep. Cephas, and Jones, that is how we will help to realize a cleaner, greener, and stronger city. And it's important to me, Philadelphia, that you view this effort as a promise made and a promise kept. Why? Because I'm the mayor that said to you, I'm a Baldwin-esque-like thinker, that I don't want you to simply listen to what I say, I want you to watch what I do. That's why we always fact check our promises to the people of Philadelphia. And what did we do in preparation for this presentation? We fact checked 26 promises that I made in last year's budget address. And in a document that is on the desk of all members of council today, we're letting you know exactly how we did. I never, and we don't, promise perfection, but we do want you to know we are doing the best that we can with what we have. So please take a look, check out our progress, give us feedback, and let us know what you think. We want to make sure that we are being responsive. Now, Philadelphia, this is important. I want to start by encouraging each of us to dream big, to think bigger. But we can't dream big and think bigger without making sure that fiscal stability is our ground rock that we will stand on. Together, we need to roll up our sleeves. I want us to dive into the $7 billion proposal that I offer for council's consideration today. And the first thing I want you to know is that nothing, and I do mean nothing, will shake me from my core belief that fiscal stability is the foundation upon which we will build everything else. And I am proud to announce to you all that the state of the city's fiscal health remains strong, but it faces rising challenges. We continue making contributions to the Budget Stabilization Reserve Fund, also known as the Rainy Day Fund. It will have $344 million by the end of the proposed 5-year plan. And I want you to know that's the most we've ever had for a rainy day in the history of the city. Listen, that fund, it will be especially important as we face economic and federal policy uncertainties. And in order to get us prepared for this moment with fiscal stability, we can't do that without giving thanks to our Majority Leader, Catherine Gilmore Richardson, for all she's done on this issue. Thank you, Majority Leader, for all of your hard work. Next, our city's pension fund. It also continues to move in the right direction. We've surpassed, for the first time, the 67% funding level, and that is the highest in decades. Now, this is usually not a sexy issue to talk about unless you were in Harrisburg rumbling for sales tax exemption and the other revenue we needed to start so that we could get on sound fiscal fiscal footing. But listen, that's a 20+% increase. Senator Hughes, 10 years. 10 years. And guess what? The fund's actuary projects that it will reach 80% in FY29 and 100% by FY33. And it happened because of shared sacrifice. How? Listen, because of our collective discipline and determination, Philadelphia has secured the highest combined credit rating in decades, the highest. So listen, this is important. I want to thank, because when people contribute to the work, they need to be acknowledged. I want to thank the members and staff of the pension board, all of our municipal unions, city council, and here, you know, they don't get enough credit, and I guess I feel and share their pain because I know what they do. We need to give a huge round of applause for our Philadelphia delegation to the Pennsylvania General Assembly. Thank you all for your work. We wouldn't be here without what you all did. Once these pension obligations are fully funded, Council President Johnson, we talked about this, our annual general fund costs will drop by hundreds of millions of dollars. And I want you to know, Philadelphia, that that's real money we can use for our biggest priorities. We still face fiscal challenges ahead, and we have to keep that in mind. You've heard me reference previously that the city borrowed $1.3 billion in the 1990s to shore up our pension fund during the Rendell administration. It was a bold and essential move to turn the fiscal health of our city around, and I'm grateful to former Mayor and Governor Ed Rendell for having the courage to move us in the right direction. But I want you to know that this is 2026, and we're still paying for it today. From now through FY29, the general fund will pay almost $550 million in debt service on our pension obligation bonds, including a $64 million balloon payment that's due in FY29. We are also facing right now limited job growth and persistent inflation. And I know some people forget about this, is why it's important to note for the record. The lifeline that we counted on for the last few years, you'll remember it as that $1.4 billion in COVID relief money. Those ARPA dollars, Philadelphia, they're gone. Despite that fact, I want you to know we'll meet our obligations as we always do. As mayor of this city, I will never allow anyone or anything to compromise our fiscal stability, because we can't address all of the major issues that are impacting our city if we don't have access to revenue to do it. Now I want to move on to the heart of this budget. You heard the message, safe, clean, green, but then there's economic opportunity and economic mobility for all. Let's get into the meat of the budget. In my first and second budgets, the One Philly, a United City, and then the One Philly 2.0 budget, my administration set out on a bold course, making Philadelphia safer, cleaner, and greener for every Philadelphian. But now, this is my third year in my third budget address. My focus sharpens on a goal that touches every family and every neighborhood, and that is economic mobility for all and self-sufficiency for all. Because I want you to think about this. What good is a safer, cleaner, and greener city if our people don't have access to good paying jobs, quality health care, and a real shot at raising a family, owning a home, and building a pathway to a better and more affordable life? That's why my economic mobility agenda is set to address many of those issues. If you were like me, a product of humble beginnings, a first-generation college graduate, a first-generation Ivy League graduate, you may need some direction as it relates to economic mobility and being put on a path to self-sufficiency. That's why I am proud today to introduce what I call Philadelphia's Economic GPS. That's Philadelphia's economic growth, prosperity, and security. To me, Philadelphia, it is a roadmap to self-sufficiency, a path that makes it easier for every Philadelphian to move up and not just get by. Just like our GPS in our cars, now we can go anywhere we want and we really don't have to know it. All we have to do is punch in the address in our GPS and it'll take us where we want to go. Well, this budget charts the course from early childhood to school age, from graduation to career, all the way to retirement. My economic mobility plan is designed so there is a pathway for everyone at every stage in life to move up that ladder. But first, I don't ever want you to forget that growth, it must be inclusive and dynamic. So I don't care whether or not you run a small business on a neighborhood commercial corridor or a manufacturing plant. You deserve to grow, to hire, and compete. Prosperity must be shared and accessible, with every resident able to afford a home, gain a quality education, and get the skills training they need. Now, if we get this right, by making value-driven, data-informed investments, Philadelphia can become the national model for economic mobility across the country. This is our moment and our chance to do what no city has ever done before. So Philadelphia, I'm hoping that you're going to join me, join the council as we all work and move up. And we need to, from being last in economic mobility in this nation, and show the world that when we have intergovernmental cooperation and planning and we work together, we can be one Philly with one future with economic mobility for all. We can do this together. We can access economic mobility. How are we going to get it done? We are working to reduce barriers to economic mobility and provide access to capital, workforce development, transportation, and here's a big one, housing affordability. It's important. Senator Hughes, affordability is new for a whole lot of other people. We've been working on affordability for a long, long time. But when we think about housing in the city of Philadelphia, you have to think about housing as a gateway to economic mobility. There's no other way to think about it, and I know that City Council feels the same too. Listen, if you ask any economist, liberal, moderate, or conservative, do we have a housing crisis in our nation? Everyone will agree, yes, we do. They will also tell you that it's rooted in two things, supply and production. That is why my administration is proposing specific solutions. Now, we just had the honor and privilege of working with this City Council of Philadelphia to usher in a $2 billion investment in restoring and building and repairing 30,000 units of housing through our home initiative. That's the Housing Opportunities Made Easy plan. It's the largest housing initiative in Philadelphia's history. Think about that in partnership with Kelvin Jeremiah and the Philadelphia Housing Authority's plan to create and preserve 20,000 units of deeply affordable housing, and that translates into 50,000 units of housing overall and collaboration. It's important for us to not work in silos, Senator Street. Representative Cephas, we have to work together in order to get this done. So Philadelphia, when you think about programs, and I'm really giddy about this one. This is my baby. I'm proud to see it come to fruition. I want you to think about our One Philly Mortgage program. I want you to think about basic systems home repair. I want you to think about renter protections. I want you to think about adaptive modifications. I want you to think about turn the key. Our menu of options. All of these programs and many others are designed to help Philadelphians buy their own homes, obtain grants to repair their existing homes, or help with the high cost of rental housing. If someone asks you, what is the city of Philadelphia, the mayor and the city council doing to address affordability and economic mobility, tell them to not simply listen to what we say, tell them to check out what we've already done here in the city of Philadelphia. The council, the executive branch working together to get it done. And listen, I've got to state for the record that while I know there were some differences around who should benefit from some of these programs, Councilmember Gaultier, I want you to know that I believe we can all agree that we need to ensure that we are serving both renters and homeowners, and we get right down to the bottom of it as it relates to home. The proposed 5-year plan that I offer here today includes that debt service for the two $400 million borrowings under home. Councilmember Jones, the first borrowing goes to the market very shortly. So Philadelphia, we want you to know that help and more housing is on the way in our great city. Help and housing is on the way. I'm excited because it's true. We can do so much with this borrowing, and we will. Philadelphia is stepping up, and we are doing the hard work that it takes to address seemingly intractable problems. But we have to remember that this housing crisis, this is just not a Philadelphia problem. And that is why I'm excited that our governor has made housing a priority in his budget, and we want to make sure that we are working closely with him and our legislative delegation to ensure that Philadelphia gets its fair share of that new state housing funding. Next, housing. Our innovation and partnership, no silos, it was on full display during my recent visit to a U.S. Conference of Mayors meeting. And I knew people were talking about the plan because all they wanted to talk about was, how did the Philadelphia Building and Construction Trades get to invest $50 million to completely renovate an affordable apartment building for senior citizens? Ryan Boyer, our building trades leader, all members of the trades who are present. I saw you, Sam, and Kelvin Jeremiah. I just said, I'm just the mayor, but this is how we do it in Philadelphia. And we work together, but that said to me, People saw what you did. That's not the building trades of the old, where all we would talk about is, oh, we need to diversify and we need inclusion, and they're only concerned about themselves. When we all work together with the building trades in partnership with external partners in the nonprofit sector like Kelvin Jeremiah, we can achieve success together. Give Ryan Boyd of Building Trades and Kelvin Jeremiah a huge round of applause. This is a new building trades in Philadelphia, and I'm proud that you are one of our anchors in finding solutions. Here's another investment in economic mobility. When I first started publicly talking about this idea, I didn't know how many people would catch on. But I want you to think about Philadelphia during our industrial years. You know, we were the home base for factories here in the city of Philadelphia, producing a number of different items that created jobs that put people on a path to self-sufficiency. It's with that history in mind and our possibility for the future that I want you to think about building factories to create modular housing right here in the city of Philadelphia, where we can build the supply to meet the demand, and not just in one neighborhood, in all neighborhoods in the city of Philadelphia. Council member Isaiah Thomas, you were one of the first members to understand what that vision would require, that we needed to address supply and production, but it also meant that we would create a pipeline for training the next generation of skilled trades workers here in our city, and it takes leadership to do that. Council member Thomas, thank you. Please give him a round of applause. You embraced that vision before a whole lot of other people could see it. I want you to think about this, Philadelphia, really. Factories with employees working around the clock, because they're in a controlled climate and they don't have to worry about the elements. I want you to think about like 3 shifts, working 24/7. Family-sustaining union jobs to build affordable and workforce homes for Philadelphians who need housing right now. Right now we need that housing. We can't wait. That's why in this budget, I am proposing that we invest $10 million to move this agenda item forward. And guess what, Councilmember Thomas? We put out an RFI, that's a request for information, and there is real interest already coming in. I don't know if Jesse Lawrence and Angela Brooks are here, but I was on pins and needles waiting for the responses, and they have been very encouraging. So we have a whole lot of work to do, and as mayor of this city, you need to know I'm counting on you. Give Angela Brooks and Jesse Lawrence a huge round of applause. John Monlack, thank you all for your leadership. I want you to stay with me. Let's talk about access to workforce development. You can't have economic mobility and be put on a path to self-sufficiency if you don't get access to the ability to learn a skill that will allow you to have a career or do something that you love so you can make a living. So when we talk about access to workforce development as a part of our economic mobility agenda, I want you to know that we have to pay for that too. And that's why in this budget, I am proposing that we add $10 million to our budget to support workforce development training. Now, in my last budget, you know we made this same commitment, and we invested in organizations like the Center for Black Educator Development, Unite Here, the Black Brain Campaign, and SCIU. And I'm proud to let you know, Philadelphia, that these investments, they are already making a difference. But when we work together, the city doesn't have to do everything alone. So that when we had the foresight to make that investment, the philanthropic community, they also stepped up. They were led by Comcast, the William Penn Foundation, the Philadelphia Foundation, and others. And guess what they did? They added another $10 million, and it has been invested to provide workers in emerging industries with the support and skills training that they need so that people can be put on a path to self-sufficiency. That's economic mobility. And if Layla Bibby and Omar Nelson and Sherman McLeod are here, I want you to stand up. Are they in the room anywhere? Give them a round of applause. The skills training that you do at the Carpenters Union, at the Sam Staten Senior Apprenticeship Program, and the Philadelphia Technical Training Institute, it is exactly what we need to move forward with economic mobility. And as mayor, I'm proud and looking forward to partnering with each of you. Please give them a huge round of applause. Thank you. Our public awards are going to be announced soon. Council President and Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson will be trying to get on your calendar very, very shortly. Next, I want to talk about an area and an issue that is very dear and near to my heart. My grandmother would tell me sometimes, and you know when you're younger, you know how you don't think older people know what they're talking about, and you're a teenager and you think you know it all. My grandmother and my Aunt Vi, you know, they were domestic workers who traveled to Philadelphia from the South. And Mommy would say things to me like, well, if you would just be quiet and listen to the teachers and get it in your head, you can do anything you want to do in life, no matter your circumstances. That's why today I am a firm believer that all of our work in the field of education, it is the foundation to ensure that we increase economic mobility. Every day, we have to be focused on increasing pathways for our children, but don't just talk about children. We have to talk about children and adult learners too, those who are taking care of the children. And it's not always mom and dad. Some people are raised like I was through kinship care, being raised by my grandmother and my grandfather. And so we have to think about our youngest learners and our adult learners. And that's why in this budget, for our youngest learners, we propose adding 100 new high-quality seats for our PHL pre-K program that would take us to a total of 5,350 seats right here in the city of Philadelphia. Yes. Parents of children in the program, they can work with a peace of mind while knowing that their children are receiving a free, high-quality education. And we can't ever forget that child care, that early childhood education, that is economic mobility. But we don't just stop there. I want you to know that through our extended day, extended year program, Sugar, there's something in here for you too, if you listen. Yeah. I want you to know that we won't stop with just early childhood education. I want you to know that through our extended day, extended year partnership with the School District of Philadelphia, and I want you to write this down and take notes, Philadelphia, so nobody will ever get these facts confused. The partnership with the School District of Philadelphia, Listen,
One
listen,
second,
you all.
Mayor.
We're Philadelphia. This is the birthplace of democracy. If anybody has to be patient when somebody's trying to express what they feel, Philadelphians should be sensitive to it. So let's be patient and let the brother have his time. We're a model for the nation and democracy. Be patient, Philadelphia. Thank you, Philadelphia. I want you to remember this. We just spoke about early childhood education, but I now want you to turn your attention to something that we had never done in the city of Philadelphia before. You too, Sugar. I'll see you soon. Philadelphia, sixth largest city in the nation, birthplace of democracy. We believe in free speech, and we should be patient with anyone who's ever trying to communicate what they think and feel, because what he feels, it matters. And this is the place and space where we have to make sure we keep his thoughts in mind. But now I want to get back through something that we had never done in the city of Philadelphia before. And that was the creation of what we coined our extended day, extended year partnership with the school district of Philadelphia. Yeah, I'm excited about this one. Councilmember Phillips, we've opened pre and after school enrichment programs with over 14,000 slots now in 40 schools, both district traditional and district charter operated schools. And when we say this sometimes, I don't think people get what we mean, so I want to be clear. We're talking about winter, spring, and summer breaks. Our families who may not have the financial wherewithal to pay for high-quality academic enrichment programs, well, now they don't have to pay for them because the city of Philadelphia School District is providing them. Economic mobility, too. So, our program in EDEY, it is going so well that we propose investing $1.9 million to expand our extended day, extended year program to 47 schools in FY27, and that would make 35 district operated schools and 12 charter schools. Listen, right now, I need our superintendent, Dr. Tony Wadlington, our dynamic superintendent who is also recognized nationally for his leadership. I want you to please stand, Dr. Wadlington. Dr. Deb Carrera, my Chief Education Officer, and Chief Deputy Mayor Vanessa Garrett Harley. Please stand. Listen, Jessica's around here somewhere. Thank you all for your leadership. You saw the vision and you ran with it, and I am so grateful that you all made it happen. But not only is the cabinet here, I think there are parents of 2 EDEY students who are here with us today. Is Quill and Tish Camera here, whose children attend the Silas Cohen Elementary? Please rise and please give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Philadelphia, when I was on the campaign trail in 2023 asking you to give me the honor and privilege of serving as your leader in this city, I always heard the question, how can you help me gain access to a good paying city job? People would ask me that question all of the time. They would also say, what are you going to do about all of those vacancies in our city? I need you to know that we listen. And because we listen from the ground up, we created our City College for Municipal Employment Program, otherwise known as CCME, and through it, we've educated hundreds of students about career opportunities in city government, and this too is thanks to strong collaboration between the Community College of Philadelphia, led by Dr. Alicia Marshall. Dr. Marshall, please stand to be recognized. Dr. Wallington, please stand again. And I'm not sure if Pat Clancy is here. Is Pat here? Pat Clancy and Camille Duchesset, our Chief Administrative Officer. Thank you all so very much. CCME is working. It's another issue that I have to talk about often when I'm at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. So to you, Pat, to Dr. Marshall and Dr. Watlington, I want to thank you for everything that you are doing to make CCME a success. It is definitely a model that we are building in our nation. And it's with their leadership in mind that it's now time for us to take the next step. And the next step means that we propose investing $7 million to establish a CCME Fellows Program for recent graduates transitioning to municipal employment. And I do think that two recent CCME graduates who now work for the city of Philadelphia are here today. It's Inga Figatola, who is an information security analyst with the Office of Innovation and Technology, and Tanae Robinson, who is a clerk with the Sanitation Department. Please stand. These two women are products of our City College for Municipal Employment. Thank you for taking advantage of the opportunity. Listen, our economic mobility agenda, Philadelphia, has another super exciting development on the education front. And I've talked to many people in this room, and I know that we feel and have felt each other's pain. Higher education has been a proven pathway to high-wage jobs and entry into the middle class for generations of Philadelphians. It's what we know. It's what many of us did in our lives. But I want you to know that as the cost of higher education has risen, many Philadelphians have taken out loans to pay for both undergraduate and graduate studies, so much so that more than 231,000 Philadelphians have student loan debt that they're struggling with, and 14% of them are over the age of 65. Listen, changes to the federal student loan program that were approved by Congress in 2025 threaten to increase those costs for most borrowers. That's why, as a part of our holistic economic mobility agenda, we propose investing $850,000 to start a student loan help center right here in the city of Philadelphia to assist borrowers as they try to navigate the confusing and frequently changing landscape, while at the same time, many folks are seeking public service loan forgiveness, and they're trying to have those dollars to be put back into their pockets so that they can be put on a path of self-sufficiency. And so working with our Mayor's Office of Education, that is where this initiative will be led. They will work in partnership with the Office of Community Empowerment and Opportunity and the Chief Administrative Office, helping Philadelphians get rid of student loan debt. Guess what, Philly? That too is economic mobility. Now, Councilmember Landau, before we leave education, I know that we are all aware that the school district is facing a financial crisis. Chairman Thomas, Council President, many others have talked about this. And I want you to know that the Parker administration is committed to ensuring that our schools and that we do everything in our power to ensure that our schools are adequately funded and that our students do have access to a thorough and efficient public education. In my first 2 budgets, and on that campaign trail, you all will remember, we have made significant steps towards fulfilling my promise to shift the millage percentage from 55% to 58%. Somebody's watching from home saying, what's the millage and 55 that? We don't know anything about that. Well, right when we started, when we were on the trail, we know 55 cents of every dollar in our property tax revenue is dedicated to public education. On the campaign trail, nobody had to give me a dissertation and a speech about the importance of funding public education. We promised and committed to shifting that millage rate from 55% to 58%. That's a 3% increase. And so far, Philadelphia, in our 5-year plan, we have invested $131 million more in our schools through our changes to the millage rate that we have already implemented. And listen, the reason why I'm excited about it, because this is our second year, this is our 3rd budget, and we're already halfway to our promise. So today, what makes this exciting is that we are announcing even more revenue that we would like to see support the ongoing operations of the school district. Through the implementation of 2 new taxes, we propose to generate $12 million annually that will go directly to the school district. And I want to explain what they are. The first is the Transportation Network Company Tax. And it's a 20 cents per ride tax on ride-share rides that originate in Philadelphia. So beginning July the 1st of next year, if implemented, this tax is expected to generate $9.6 million per year, and all of the revenue will go to our school district of Philadelphia. Councilmember Landau, we have big dreams, but we know we have to pay for it, and we look forward to working with you on this issue. That's one vehicle. The next vehicle, because the structural deficit that the school district of Philadelphia is facing, it really needs more additional revenue. With that in mind, I want you to know that we are also proposing to modify the tax calculation from cell towers under the use and occupancy tax. Now, somebody is saying a cell tower use, and what is that? If you're like me, walk down the street and every once in a while, look up high. I want you to think about those like metal antennas. They look like old-fashioned metal antennas, and I call them contraptions. They're at the top of buildings, and you see them scattered in neighborhoods across the city. But what you may rarely notice about them is that all of our cell phone carriers, the telecom companies that we get our cell phones from, that we pay our bills to, each of them have their own signal connectors attached to these tires, and that's how we get varying connections with our cell phone usage, and it varies based on the company that you're with. Well, this is something that you should know, that they don't do that for free. Whomever owns the building where the cell phone tower is located, they get paid to have that cell phone tower on their building. And since they're operating and functioning here in the city of Philadelphia, it makes good sense to ensure that that business activity is taxed and that the funding goes to support our schools. We support those companies. We now need that revenue to support our schools. And we're going to work very hard to fight for that revenue. How much would it generate? We estimate that this would generate an annual additional $2.4 million for the school district. And I know President Streeter, if School Board President Reginald Streeter is here, he's saying, yeah, I hear you, and those are great ideas, but we need more. And I know that, President Streeter. That is why, as mayor of this city, working in partnership with the City Council of Philadelphia, I want you to know that we are going to do our part with the taxes that we just recommended for implementation, but we are also going to do our part in supporting our governor and our state legislators as they work hard to help fix our Philadelphia crumbling infrastructure and give our children learning spaces that they deserve. So part of this budget includes the administrative and executive branches working together so that we can help Harrisburg, help Philadelphia. And council members, I think we can do that together. Why is it important? It's important that we do it together because although it is the state's constitutional responsibility to deliver a thorough and efficient public education, Senator Hughes, Mr. Chairman, knows that Philadelphia has always stepped up in a super big way to raise revenue locally to support our public schools, and we won't stop now. We're going to do everything that we can to make sure our school district has what it needs because our kids are worth it and they deserve it. Next, I want to talk about small and local businesses as economic mobility. Small and local businesses and encouraging innovation in our city's economy, it's an essential part of our economic mobility agenda. I can remember when the Supreme Court ruling made it clear that Philadelphia's program for ensuring diversity in contracts would have to change. I was proud that my administration did not wait for another adverse court ruling. We acted proactively and decisively. Under the leadership of Nadir Jones, our Director of Business Impact and Economic Advancement, and Chief Deputy Mayor Garrett Harley, with legal advice from our City Solicitor Renee Garcia, we immediately began building a new program emphasizing small and local businesses and how the city awards contracts. In this budget, we're proposing $3.3 million in FY27 to support this critically important new initiative. And I am confident, I want you to hear me well, because there was a whole lot of noise going on when this decision was made. I want you to know I am confident that our new small and local initiative, that it will not just succeed, that it will exceed the previous program in both quantity and quality of contracts awarded to small and local businesses. Mayor Parker, that sounds good, but how are you going to get it done? You have to pay for it. At the same time, I want you to know that we are going to close a loophole in the city's sales and use tax, which would require remote sellers outside the city to charge a 2% local sales tax beginning July 1st. Philadelphia, I want you to hear me. Right now, any business located outside of Philadelphia only has to charge the state's 6% sales tax on something that you buy online. So if they're selling here, they say, okay, we'll pay the state tax, that's 6%. while our local businesses have to collect the full 8%, the 6% from the state and 2% for the city. We have put our local small business owners at a disadvantage, and it's long past time that we level the playing field. So no matter where a business is located, whether that be elsewhere in Pennsylvania or anywhere across the country, every seller is subject to the same sales tax. And just because you're out of town don't mean that you get to have a leg up on our local small businesses. It's only fair, and we estimate that this will generate $1.5 million annually for the city of Philadelphia. Our agenda also supports innovation and growth in our local economy as well. I want you to know that when we think about economic mobility, I want you to think about Lower South and the Navy Yard area. We support the commercial and industrial base of South Philadelphia called Lower South. It's becoming a new and a thriving economic hub located in the heart of Council President Johnson's district. Council member, I think everybody is clear. The Phillies, the Flyers, the Eagles, and the Sixers again are in Council President Johnson's district. But council members, I need you now to think about this. Think even bigger. I want you to think about the fact that as it relates to Lower South and economic mobility, that we are talking about the potential for tens of thousands of good paying, family sustaining jobs at the Bellwether District, the Navy Yard, and Phillipsport. Roberto, I just talked to him yesterday, another big fish on the hook coming in. You have to look so that you can see this long-term vision of economic mobility with me. Think about this. We all know that Philadelphia is home to some of the finest educational and medical institutions in the country. Whenever anyone talks about us and when we talk about ourselves, we always say Philadelphia is the city of eds and meds. And it's true. They help drive our growth, and we are very proud of them. But I am also now proud that some folks are catching up to what they've heard me saying over the past 2 years as your mayor, and that is we can no longer just limit ourselves and say that Philadelphia is simply a city of eds and meds and leave out the economic potential of maritime, shipbuilding, and defense industries, because they can and should be essential parts of our efforts to have economic mobility right here in our city. Philadelphia should, they can, and they must compete for that work. We can do that right here in Philadelphia. Please give a round of applause for maritime shipbuilding right here in our city. I want you to consider this. $5 billion in planned infrastructure investment by the Hanwha Philly Shipyard. Hanwha has already grown its workforce here, but there's the potential for thousands of additional Philadelphia jobs. Then I want you to think about Rhodes Industries. Rhodes is investing $100 million to expand its workforce with the U.S. Navy and expects to double the workforce to 1,000. Listen, the shipbuilding and defense industries, guess what they need? They need welders. With partners like the Community College of Philadelphia and PTTI, Philadelphia can supply them with the skilled workforce that they need. And so if we are thinking big, that too is economic mobility that the city of Philadelphia must rely on. Now I want us to go back, and we just touched on it. I'm an eternal optimist, and I always believe that the glass is always half full, never empty. Out of challenge comes opportunity, and just as exciting right now, when we think about maritime and shipbuilding, just as exciting is the prospect of a new, first-in-class arena that will be home to our Philadelphia 76ers and Flyers, and Councilmember Thomas, and soon, okay, our own WNBA team right here in the city of Philadelphia. Yes. When you think about the WNBA, I want you to think about that along with an opportunity to drive towards a larger vision for the stadium complex. Now, Council President Johnson and I, we've been talking about this for a long time, but I need you, Philadelphia, to stay with me and see the vision. And to see the vision I'm talking about, you don't need to squint. How many people here attended the Unrivaled Tour's Women's 2 Pro Basketball games in Philadelphia? How many people here? Listen, they had 21,000 people per game, and if you think that's something, you ain't seen nothing yet until the WNBA gets here. And it's with that in mind that I want to say this. The Philadelphia sisters, Alex and Wanda Sykes, Ashley Lunkenheimer and Starla Crandall, Councilmember Thomas, we've been at this long before I became mayor. I was a council member in this chamber when we started working with them. We are about to make it happen in the city of Philadelphia, down at that stadium complex, but I need you to think a little bigger. The stadium complex right now supports around 300 events per year. And I'm not saying that's not nice. That's nice. Attracting residents and visitors to see our championship teams. We are, to me, the prime sports city, in the nation. But I want you to imagine if our complex expands into an entertainment venue like Atlanta's Battery. Why? Because that Battery draws crowds and becomes a destination in and of itself, no matter whether or not there's a sport event taking place there. And I know that if we all work together, we can make this happen. I want to give a huge shout out to John Middleton, Mike Harris, Jeff Lurie, Don Smolinski, Bryant Roberts, Dan Hilferty, Josh Harris, and David Edelman. I'm looking forward to working with each of you, along with my administration, Council President Johnson, and Governor Shapiro, because if we work together, we can make this vision a reality. Please give Lower South and its potential a huge round of applause. More jobs, more pathways, more crowds will mean more tax revenues to help as we deliver vital state and city services. That is how you increase economic mobility, Philadelphia. But there's more to the economic mobility agenda, and it does require collaboration and connectedness. For years, you all know that there's been a career-connected learning program that supports summer and academic year jobs for our young people. I can't talk about this without thinking about the place that used to be at Broad and Lehigh. That's where I went to go get my working papers when I turned 14. In our 5-year plan, I want you to know that I am proposing $14.7 million so that we can create an additional 1,000 new summer job slots for our young people, and that will bring our total to 9,000 opportunities for summer jobs for our children. But Philadelphia, I just said think big, and I'm always going to try to think bigger. That's not enough. The demand far exceeds our supply. That is why I am issuing a challenge to our business community in the hopes that all of our business chambers will help us add another 1,000 jobs, because if we do, guess what that will mean, Philadelphia? We will have 10,000 summer jobs for our young people. That would be the highest amount that we can remember in one summer. There's more in the economic mobility agenda, folks. I want you to think financial empowerment. Philadelphia, another powerful way that we are increasing economic mobility is by financially empowering our residents. For far too long, too many Philadelphians have been fending for themselves and subjected to unfair and even predatory financial practices that I would learn about right here in this chamber as a staffer. But that is changing on our watch in this administration. We propose investing in this budget $13.9 million over the 5-year plan to break through these cycles and open new pathways to economic opportunity for Philadelphians through programs that we know already work, like our financial empowerment centers, the Bank On Philadelphia Coalition, and Claim Your Money PHL, where we are helping to provide real tangible support for Philadelphians. What are they getting from these organizations? They're getting free expert financial counseling. They're expanding access to safe, low-cost banking options, and they're helping people collect the tax refunds that they've earned. He's no longer here, but I can never talk about this issue without thinking about our former colleague, Councilmember Alan Dom. Councilmember Brooks, I want you to know that we are putting dollars back into the pockets of Philadelphians when we support this program. Through Claim Your Money PHL in particular, we've brought back $19 million in tax refunds back into the pockets of families in our local economy. Excited about that. Why? Because these types of services are essential, and we're going to develop, and this is what I'm really happy about, a One Philly economic GPS app. What does that mean? Mayor, you always call yourself a technical dinosaur. I am, but I do know what the App Store is. And I want you to imagine being able to go to the App Store and download the One Philly economic GPS app, and you can have it on your computer or on your phone in the palm of your hand. Why is this important? I want you to think about it this way. When you hear me talk about the city's credit ratings, you hear me talk about firms like Moody's and Fitch and S&P. Well, those are the city of Philadelphia's credit rating agencies. But when we talk about our own credit and our own credit reports, we're thinking about Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion. So I want you to imagine that with this app, we're going to ensure that you can get help to check on your own credit, manage your own debt, and keep your own individual personal financial house in order, just like we're doing for the city of Philadelphia. Why? Because it's our intention that you can get access to all of this information in a one-stop shop. Whether that be at your district council person's office, they'll have access to it there, one of our neighborhood community action centers, or on your own cell phone. This is about making sure that every Philadelphia household has its own solid financial footing and can build generational wealth and move up the socioeconomic ladder rung by rung. This is what you hear me talking about when you hear me reference putting people on a path to self-sufficiency with greater economic opportunity. I'm a teach me how to fish kind of girl. I don't want you to give me anything, because I do believe that there's a sense of pride and dignity that comes from having the opportunity to do for self and learn on your own and take care of your own family, but only when you've been given access to the opportunity. If you're born wealthy, you get this easily because it's just handed down to you through your social networks and how you live. But if you come from the humble beginnings that I come from, you have to learn to build financial stability in your life, and we want to put that in the hands of all Philadelphians. In our city, yeah, I'm proud about that. I'm really proud about that. In Philadelphia, Upward economic mobility, it shouldn't be the exception. It must be the expectation. That's why to do this within city government, all of our efforts around economic mobility, they must remain coordinated, collaborative, and strategic. No silos. So to spearhead this endeavor, I am proposing that we establish a new economic mobility cabinet to oversee what we already have in existence, which is our City College for Municipal Employment and Workforce Portfolio, as well as the Office of Community Engagement and Opportunity that leads our financial empowerment initiatives. When you hear me talk about this cabinet, I want you to know that it will lead across city government and with business and philanthropic community organizations right by our side. We will be a place where hardworking people can enjoy the quality of life that they deserve. How are you going to do it, Mayor Parker, if you don't have the number of city employees that you need to actually do the work that you're referencing? Hiring and adding to our city's municipal workforce, I want you to remember that's economic mobility too. Since January of 2024, when I became mayor, Philadelphians, I want you to take notes on this one. When I became mayor, since that time in January 2024, we've added over 2,000 net new city jobs, and that is not by accident. I am proud of that. How did we do it? I want you to know that it is the result of tireless coordination to find and hire talented people who want to serve Philadelphia with good jobs, strong salaries, and real benefits. So let's talk about that access to economic opportunity. Guess what? You can't get to it without safe, reliable transit, because that is the bedrock of economic mobility. That is why our One Philly, One Future budget delivers an historic almost $900 million investment in SEPTA over the 5 years. Yes, we're excited about that. We're excited because we know that public transit is essential to our region's future and to economic mobility for our residents and businesses. And Councilmember O'Rourke, I don't know what you were thinking when we met, but I hope on today you see that for the 3rd year in a row, we are proposing to continue our investment in the Zero Fare program, $25 million to help low-income Philadelphians by providing them with free SEPTA passes. That's what we're proposing. I couldn't say it then, council member, but we proposed it. In addition to that, I want you to know that we're also proposing $10 million to cover fares for city employees through the Key Advantage program, because economic GPS starts with something very simple. And this is important because a lot of this stuff is not complex. We make it more complex than it is. Economic mobility starts with something very simple, and guess what that is? A reliable ride to work. That's what it starts with. So that's economic mobility in action. Now, to something that's very important. Philadelphia, this is ground up. Every Philadelphian deserves a city that delivers for them in the everyday moments of life. The streets we drive on, the blocks we walk down, the parks where our children play. Why? Because improving quality of life, it starts with the basics. And when I'm thinking about quality of life in neighborhoods, I can't be in this room and in this council without thinking about council members like Cindy Bass, Councilmember Phillips, and Brian O'Neill, because they know exactly what I'm talking about. The basics matter. That's why in this budget, Councilmember Phillips, I am proposing a $7.1 million investment to launch what has never existed in our city before, and that is what I am referencing as our One Philly Pothole Squad. We need a pothole squad in the city of Philadelphia. Somebody's going to say, did she just get all excited about potholes? And what I'm going to say is that until you've had to go and get your shocks or your car serviced because you hit a pothole, you don't know how serious an issue this is in the city of Philadelphia. But somebody is watching and they're saying, well, Mayor Parker, what's a pothole squad? I'm glad you asked. Last year alone, the Streets Department repaired more than 60,000 potholes across our city. But I'll be the first to acknowledge that that wasn't enough. So the pothole squad is simple. More crews, more equipment, and more action to keep our roads in good repair. So with a dedicated maintenance team in each of the city's 6 highway districts, the pothole squad will respond faster and more proactively when they're patrolling neighborhoods to fix potholes and roadway defects. So think about the pothole squad as a way for us to try to be proactive instead of reactive. And if you like those residential street cleaning teams, members of City Council, I think you're going to love the pothole squad. Give it up for the pothole squad, y'all. Look at my Brian O'Neill. Well, listen, but fixing our streets, y'all, listen, fixing our streets and patching potholes, it costs money. So in this budget, we are proposing a new retail delivery tax of 25 cents per order on certain goods delivered in Philadelphia, and it would start July the 1st of 2027. And the tax will be charged to retailers. So we're not taxing individuals. We're talking about the retailers. Why? Because essential delivery items, we think about some firms, they have changed commerce in the way we do business in the city of Philadelphia. But we do want you to know that with how we do business in mind, the tax that we're proposing, it excludes certain items like food, baby products, medications, and medical devices. Those items would not be subject to the tax. But when we implement it yet next year, the tax is expected to generate $15 million annually, with the revenue dedicated to improving road conditions across the city of Philadelphia. In other words, Philadelphians, I want you to think about it like this. Businesses that rely on our streets for deliveries, very simple, they'll have to help us maintain them. We have more cars on the road doing the business because they're in business. We have to take care of our infrastructure, and we will get a contribution from those industries. And it does make sense to me because traffic safety, it is just as important. And that is why when we're thinking about the pothole posse, I also want you to think about safety, because potholes impact safety. And through our capital program this year, I want you to know that we are committed to investing $30 million for Vision Zero strategies to make our streets safer for everyone. Now, let's talk about another issue residents raise all the time: illegal dumping. Dumping on neighborhood blocks isn't just an eyesore. It damages quality of life and disrespects communities. That's why in this budget, and you know we already launched this, we continue to strengthen our One Philly illegal dumping task force. Now, since launching this effort, we've issued 105 violation notices. We've cleared 88 enforcement cases, and we, the city of Philadelphia proper, we have secured $3.5 million in judgments against the people who are illegal dumpers in the city of Philadelphia. Councilmember Lozada, I know you agree with us that we are sending a clear message that illegal dumping will not be tolerated in our city of Philadelphia. And that is extremely important to us. As we clean up our neighborhoods, we are also investing in how Philadelphia looks to the world. I want you to think about it this way. Winter is fading. Well, I was hoping it was fading, and then somebody gave me a PTSD like move today because somebody whispered snow, and I just got nervous. And so as the winter fades, you're going to notice something else that's going to be disappearing. And guess what that is? The trash and debris that lines our expressways. I know you've experienced it going up and down in the highway, and you're thinking to yourself, how dirt and trash get right there? Well, guess what? We're no longer acting like it's not there. We are getting our own house in order. Through our Gateways to Philadelphia initiative, we're transforming I-76 by planting more than 85 trees and over 96,000 bulbs all along that route. And guess what? It's backed by $11.5 million in city, state, and philanthropic support. Those plantings are paired with a new mural replacing decades of graffiti near 30th Street Station. Can we get a round of applause? How many years have we seen this and we did nothing about it? So our One Philly, One Future budget, it prioritizes proposed spending of $179 million in capital investments that will not just help us look better, but these investments will be made in parks and recreation, and all of this will be loved by our beloved Commissioner Susan Slauson. Give Sue Slauson a huge round of applause. One example is Lemon Hill and Fairmount Park, where this summer thousands will gather for the region's only free FIFA fan festival. Councilmember Jones, and Senator Hughes, I know y'all jumping all this summer, but this work is, it's about more than just one summer. Led by Parks and Recreation and the Department of Streets, I don't ever want you to forget this. We're investing to improve accessibility and to upgrade public spaces in that area as well. And thanks to the public-private partnerships with Philly Soccer and FIFA, they are going to contribute another $3 million to help transform Lemon Hill even further. And guess what? This will benefit the city of Philadelphia. This investment long after 2026 is over. And investments like these, they aren't just about hosting global moments. Councilmember Young, you and I were talking about this recently. You know that they're about strengthening the places where families gather, young people play, and communities come together every day. Why? Because when neighborhood amenities are strong, our residents are better positioned to pursue economic opportunity. Please give enhancing our public spaces a round of applause. And Sue Slauson, we're going to work with you. Thank you. Next, our One Philly plan to end street homelessness. I want to talk to you about something that every Philadelphian sees: people who are sleeping on our streets. Back in December, I pledged that this administration would confront street homelessness with a sense of urgency. Through the One Philly plan to end street homelessness, we committed to creating 1,000 new beds across our system. Then Philadelphia, winter hit hard. And with Philadelphia enduring a historic 25-day stretch of brutally cold temperatures, we had to build capacity. And we knew we needed to build capacity that would eventually become a life-saving vehicle. Thanks to our dedicated city employees, I want you to know that during Code Blue, we provided nearly 2,500 nightly stays for Philadelphians who are homeless. And guess what? Because we focus, Majority Leader Gilmore Richardson, on higher quality shelter, people did not just come inside. Guess what? They stayed. When people stay, that's how we can help them move forward. But we won't be able to do this alone. With the help of our city leadership and advocates, like former state representative and current leader Donna Bullock, who leads Project Home, and Sharita Glenn and Cecil Hankins from the Logan community, we can all address this seemingly intractable issue together. And we know that we can get it done. On this past Tuesday, as we opened Hope 220, a homeless solution center on Broad Street, I want you to know I was proud to stand behind Cheryl Hill and give Cheryl Hill and Deputy Managing Director Crystal Yates, give them a round of applause. They're my subject matter experts here. I want you to know I was proud to announce that Philadelphia, and I want to share this with you today, those 1,000 beds that we promised, I want you to know that we have now identified the full capacity needed to meet our first goal of 1,000 new beds in the city of Philadelphia. And Hope 220, it is a part of that solution. Please give a round of applause for Hope 220. Reverend Bonnie, the Salvation Army, wherever you are, thank you. Listen. It connects Philadelphians to housing, health care, and the support that they need to move toward long-term stability. Crystal and Cheryl, I want to thank you for your vision, but we also have to thank the private sector. He's not here on the day, but when you see him, I want you to say thank you or send him a message. The private sector leadership that we needed for this partnership, it came from John McNichol and PHL Cares for their leadership and $500,000 investment to help launch this center, and Jefferson Health for providing the on-site health care to residents. By the time they quantify all of the dollars they've raised over the past few years, they will be over $2 million. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. So in this budget, I want you to know we have to sustain it. And for anybody who's thinking, oh, you can just on the Capitol side fix up the building and create the beds, that's how you'll solve it. If someone says that to you, I know they don't know anything about this chronic challenge called street homelessness. Because if you have the beds, but you don't give those who are in need access to the wraparound services, we put ourselves on a vicious cycle. That's why my administration is proposing a $22 million investment in FY27 and a $110 million investment over our 5-year plan to support our goal, Philadelphia's goal of ending street homelessness. If we do it, we can work together and make it happen. Philadelphia, we can end street homelessness. Donna Bullock, you're going to have to help us lead it. We're counting on you. So listen, we have the plan, but now we have to pay for it. We are proposing a 2% increase in the hotel tax beginning in August. This would generate an additional $20 million annually to support these efforts. And listen, we will work with all of our partners at every level of government to pass the legislation needed to enact this hotel tax and to help our fellow Philadelphians live with safety and dignity. Now, Senator Appropriations, Chairman Hughes, someone said, well, oh my gosh, you have to get that enabling authority from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in order for the city to do this. I said, yes, but I want you to think about it. The Commonwealth proper wouldn't be fixing Philadelphia's problem. We would be saying, give us the tools so we could get our own house in order, like we did with that sales tax and cigarette tax. So can you give self-sufficiency for the city of Philadelphia a round of applause? That's what we're coming to Harrisburg to ask for, the means to take care of ourselves. And we know that bringing people inside, we know it works, but we know it's only the first step. Why? Because for many people living on the streets, suffering with addiction, substance use disorder, recovery, all of that is a part of challenges that they are facing. At our Riverview Wellness Village, Managing Director Teal, you were building a plane. Well, you know, we were trying to build it, our wellness ecosystem, flying the plane when we were trying to build it. We launched Riverview Wellness Village, and we launched a recovery-based model built on foundations of housing, medical care, recovery services, economic opportunity, and social support. Where is she? I see her up there. I'm proud to tell you that today, Riverview is operating at 95% capacity with more than 220 residents on site and over 400 individuals served since its opening. Next year, we will expand workforce training, financial counseling, and aftercare so that residents who leave Riverview, they will leave with housing, the ability to earn an income and stability. And right now, I want to give a super huge acknowledgement because it wasn't popular when we announced it. A whole lot of people tried to kill it before we even got started. And it took leadership to make it happen, but none of it would have been possible without my friend and double former colleague, Councilmember Driscoll. I want to thank you, sir. Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. When people talk about this model in the nation, when I'm at that U.S. Conference of Mayors, I tell them about our partnership because it was your leadership that ensured that the community had a voice regarding Riverview, and that community leadership has helped to ensure that this successful model, that it's not just a win for the residents who are benefiting, but it's also an anchor and can provide support for families in Northeast Philadelphia, and for that, I am grateful. Please give Councilmember Driscoll another round. Thank you. It was a big, big deal, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We know it works because we are seeing similar success at Philly Home at Girard, serving residents experiencing homelessness and addiction. Councilmember Ahmed and Councilmember Harity, as you know, when housing, treatment, and support all come together, that is how people can stabilize themselves and they can begin to move forward. That is why in this budget, we propose investing $211 million in opioid settlement funds. Do those funds come from our general fund? They come from our opioid settlement funds, right? I just want to make sure we get that fact on the record. $211 million in our opioid settlement funds. We want to invest that into our wellness ecosystem over the next 5 years so that we can continue our operations at Riverview and the Philly Home at Girard, and also our Kensington Wellness Support Center, as well as our Wellness Court and other programs. And Public Safety Director Gear and Isabel and all of our team there. I am proud that we have a resident from Riverview here with us today. Lawrence Nichols, please rise, Lawrence Nichols, and be recognized. He's with Isabel McDevitt, our director at Riverview, Crystal Yates-Gale, our deputy managing director who does all of this work. We are proud of you. I love you too, baby. Thank you. Listen, for those of you who've been in this city, Council President, we talk about this. This wasn't available in 1980 when crack cocaine came and it ravaged black neighborhoods and brown neighborhoods across this city. We didn't have a Riverview that was available. Nobody talked about substance use disorder and addiction as a public health crisis. That was not how we addressed it. But we get to do it the right way now. And for any of us who have ever loved someone who suffered from addiction, this means more to you because you're contributing and doing what wasn't done to many people that we loved. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you. Labor, labor, labor. All of what you've been hearing me describe, it requires hardworking, dedicated workforce members, team members to make it happen. As for the city of Philadelphia's workforce, and I always say this is by far our greatest asset. The prior FY 26 through 35-year plan, it set aside a record $550 million for collective bargaining with our unionized employees. Well, guess what? In this past year, we've successfully executed multi-year contracts or received arbitration awards with 5 municipal unions, and we are now in arbitration, in the arbitration process with the remaining 3. And sometimes I want you to know, Philadelphia, these are not easy discussions, but I must continue to be unwavering in both my commitment to supporting our hardworking employees and maintaining fiscal responsibility to protect the city's future. And with that in mind, having exhausted the prior funding for the labor agreements and the awards to date, this proposed plan reestablishes the labor reserve with a new record of $615 million allocated through FY 31. This is a substantial investment, but our city workers are worth it, and it's an investment in them. Please give our workforce a round of applause. Market East, America's first commercial shopping quarter. Anchored by Independence Mall, the Liberty Bell, and the President's House, making it central to our America 250 celebration. Mr. President, when I went to the U.S. Conference of Mayors, I had more people saying they wanted to come to visit Philadelphia to see our traditional history, our Liberty Bell, our Independence Mall. But folks now know, thanks to the work of Michael Cord, and I'm thinking of Roz McPherson and so many others associated with the Avenging the Ancestors Coalition, people are now coming to Philadelphia to see that President's House exhibition. Give that exhibit a round of applause. But so when we think about our Market East revival and the advisory committee, chaired by Philadelphia's Jerry Sweeney of Brandywine Realty Trust, I want you to know this is our effort to help chart a new path on this historic quarter. To help bring new energy to the quarter, the city of Philadelphia will support retail pop-ups, local artist collaborations, and streetscape improvements along Market East ahead of this summer's 2026 celebrations. And I want to start by thanking, because he keeps us on point, I want to thank 1st District Council Member Mark Squilla for his strong partnership in advancing this work. We don't do this without you, Mark Squilla, and I thank you. But listen, that's not it. Let me tell you about this. We're making more investments throughout the city that will enhance quality of life for Philadelphians. Everyone knows that our libraries are one of our greatest assets. Libraries serve as a lifeline, after-school care for many of our children and their parents. I want you to know that the Parker administration is proposing $33 million over the capital program dedicated to HVAC upgrades at our libraries. Nothing more frustrating trying to be hot and reading and learning at the same time. But that's not it. We're also investing in our city's amazing cultural institutions. Spurred by the leadership, and he's not here. You know, when a new administration comes, usually there's a pattern of trying to wipe away whatever the previous mayor or previous leadership, tried to get accomplished. And I said, that's petty politics to me. I won't engage in that. We're going to continue the legacy of leadership when sound, firm programs and investments have been made. So I'm proud to note that because of the leadership of our former council president, Darrell Clark, this city of Philadelphia will be continuing the city's $50 million investment to support the relocation of the African American Museum. I listen. Now listen, let's not forget about equity in entertainment. For the music fans, for the real music fans, the budget boosts operating support. Now I'm gonna get a little emotional about this because I start thinking about endowments at institutions of higher learning, and you think about my little old Lincoln University's endowment compared to the University of Pennsylvania's endowment, and those two endowments aren't created equal. So this one right here hits me in my heart. This budget boosts operating support for the Dell Music Center by $500,000 a year and adds $1 million in capital funding. The Dell is not a stepchild. The Dell deserves investment. So when a city chooses to honor its monuments, it has to, in its public spaces, we have to make sure that equity and access to opportunity is an essential part of our leadership. That's why one of the most important decisions I made when I became mayor. So many people talk about our commissioner, Bethel, and he's the best. They talk about Gear. He's amazing. They talk about Thompson and Fire and Renee. But I want you, Philadelphia, to know that one of the most important decisions I could have ever made was getting a woman who was actually about to retire to say yes. Her name is Val Gay, and she is now the Chief Cultural Officer for the city of Philadelphia. Val Gay, thank you for saying yes. I love you. And listen, I hope you all see the pattern of the decision making. Val Gay is now the Chief Cultural Officer, and I want you to think about this. Philadelphia has approved new statues honoring Philadelphia boxing legend Joe Frazier and educational trailblazer and human rights activist Sadie T.M. Alexander. I saw Blondell somewhere. And listen, this is important. Rocky will live at the top of the Art Museum steps. Give that a round of applause. Now let me say this to you. Where you stand on the issue depends on where you sit. I'm the mayor now, so my staff says, Mayor, you can't think the way you used to think. You have to have a giraffe view now. You have to see it all. So for those people who don't think that Rocky matters, and I've been on the phone at length with Sylvester Stallone, and if you're watching this, Sylvester Stallone, Philadelphia loves you, and we are grateful that Rocky is here. Don't you come trying to take Rocky away from us anytime. No, listen, I want you to think about what I felt when people told me that our Rocky statue at the top of those Art Museum steps, it was only second to visitors to the Statue of Liberty in New York. Did you hear what I just said? So for anybody, listen, this is when you have to have a giraffe view. Our hometown hero is coming to the Parkway. And you're going to be able to stand in line with Joe Frazier, our champion. And that's important, right? But don't forget the power of art, culture, and cinema and its ability to tell stories, because Rocky tells the story about something that's associated with our great city of Philadelphia, and that's grittiness, the underdog, and the ability to overcome. So I am not an either or mayor. It's both. And we're going to make sure that we do everything that we can to move the city of Philadelphia forward when it comes to arts, culture, and entertainment. That's why, aside from those statues, this budget invests in the implementation of Philadelphia's first cultural master plan, led by Val Gay. 2026. We've been waiting and building towards this moment for 250 years. From America's 250th birthday, the FIFA World Cup, MLB All-Star Week, and NCAA's March Madness, Philadelphia will welcome the world. Members of City Council, I want to remind you of this one. On July the 2nd, the U.S. Conference of Mayors across America, the conference led by CEO and Executive Director Tom Cochran, and incoming President, Mayor Todd Gloria of San Diego, they are going to bring America's mayors to Philadelphia. We are going to walk from City Hall to Independence Mall. We're going to view the President's House exhibit, and we are then going to hear from two globally renowned constitutional scholars at a lecture there, and I am so excited that it is all going to happen in our great city, the birthplace of democracy. Give a round of applause to all of the mayors of America who we will welcome in our great city. Next, I wish I could do this, and I tried. I asked them, could I do an executive order? And the airport staff told me that I couldn't. I wanted to develop an executive order that prevented all outgoing flights from Philadelphia from July the 2nd through the 5th. I asked, you can't hurt me for asking, and they said that I couldn't do this. And let me tell you about why. I'm excited about all of those things. But I am really excited about what's going to happen here on July the 4th. I'm looking at the lady in front of me, Giselle Jones. I'm thinking of Michael Newmis, our director for 2026. Give Michael Newmis a round of applause. And I'm thinking about my rock, Vanessa Garrett Harley, my chief deputy mayor. Mr. President, I was a little, what did we say when we were mad, when we were growing up? I was a little salty when we first got elected, because there were some people who wrote some articles and said, you know, what's going to be the legacy or project of this administration? Where's the bridge or the Please Touch Museum? And I said, I just got here on January the 1st. Let me see what's in the pot. Finance Director Rob DeBoe and Budget Director Sabrina Maynard. How much do we have to start with as we build out what 2026 will look like here in the city of Philadelphia? And in typical Rob DeBoe, Sabrina Maynard form, they said, well, it's nothing, zero. Nothing's in the pot. Well, I'm excited about July the 4th. Remember, an eternal optimist. Turn every challenge into an opportunity. While we don't have the ability or wherewithal to build a Please Touch museum or a bridge, we were innovative in thinking and said, we can create not a legacy building, but we can create a legacy experience here in the city of Philadelphia, one that no one will want to miss. These events are going to build on the more than $120 million in investments that we made through FY26 to prepare the city for this historic moment. And I just gotta stop. How many of you in here are old enough to remember Live Aid? No, they don't remember. Oh, some people. If you remember Live Aid and you think about the legacy experience we're trying to create, Commissioner, we talked about this. That's what we're trying to do on July the 4th. So I wouldn't want their jobs because I wouldn't want that pressure on my shoulders. But they do understand the assignment that I have given. But Mr. President, Council President Johnson, I am excited that we are soon going to be ready to launch what has been a priority for you and me. And I told him I wouldn't believe it until I see it. But coming is the soon to launch 2026 Access Philly app. It's an app that will allow you to discover every event that is occurring in the city of Philadelphia. It is a tool that will direct visitors to headline events and even those 250 neighborhood-based 2026 celebrations. All eyes of the world are on Philadelphia, and as people come, they will be able to see, touch, and feel that our city is ready to ring it on. Give a round of applause. 2026, we're ready. Now listen, and y'all, when we're talking about the time, y'all don't forget that I had a little delay. So Council President, I hope you're calculating that in my time. Throughout my address, I want you all to know that I've outlined how we're going to pay for all of these new investments. Somebody's going to criticize it, but I want you to know that I don't take lightly any proposal to raise any tax or fee. We've taken very few such actions during my first 2 years in office. And these proposed taxes, they will be paid by companies that benefit from doing business in the city of Philadelphia. I also want you to know that we've done big, bold things by working together, thinking creatively and acting decisively. These new revenues, they will continue to make those big things possible. From improving economic mobility and creating good paying jobs, to building and restoring the 30,000 units of housing, the 20,000 units of housing from Kelvin and PHA, to improving the quality of education in our schools, to keeping our streets safer, cleaner, and greener for every resident of our city. Anything that we want to do, we have to pay for it. In closing, I want to affirm Philadelphia that my name is Sherelle L. Parker, and I am the 100th mayor of the city of Philadelphia and the first woman to lead this city in 341 years. I propose this One Philly, One Future budget to the City Council of Philadelphia, and I wholeheartedly approve this message. Today is the beginning of the process. I'm coming soon to a neighborhood near you for a budget town hall. Let's work together with collaboration, diligence, and purpose towards this passage and implementation for our city. I want us to show the nation what Philadelphia is made for. And I don't even have to, let me see, before I even ask you to do it, can you just try for me? Oh, that makes me feel good. Okay. Can everybody just put one finger in the air? I don't care how many people laugh, because I'm never going to stop trying to unite this city. And in more ways than one, we're becoming a model for the nation. So I want you all to repeat after me. I want to hear you say, one Philly, a united city, one America, a united nation. That was just practice. Put your ones up. We're going to do it loud because they're recording. This is going on the gram. All right. Let me hear you all repeat after me and say, one Philly, a united city, one America, a united nation. We will be the safest, cleanest, greenest big city in the nation with access to economic opportunity for all. Thank you.
Are there any speeches on behalf of the minority? Hearing none. Are there any speeches on behalf of the majority? The chair recognizes Councilman Mike Driscoll.
I'll be brief, Mr. President. The SEPTA briefing is right after council, and I just want to encourage everyone in the five-county area to come out to the St. Patrick's Day Parade this Sunday at 12 noon on Market Street. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilman Isaiah Thomas for a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that council stands adjourned until Thursday, March 19th, 2026 at 10 a.m.
It has been moved and properly seconded. The council will stand adjourned until Thursday, March the 19th, 2026 at 10 a.m. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. Thank you all very much.